right, good evening, everyone. Sorry for leaving you guys hanging for so long. No, I have no explanation for why. I have absolutely no explanation for why I left you guys hanging for so long. It's because I lost my OBS setup. Good evening, welcome. Thank you for waiting for me for so long, by the way. Good evening, Argo. Good evening, Floofy. Thank you for the follow, Jordan, aka Carolina. Good evening, Alterian. Good evening, Fishcat. Good evening, Lil Toothbrush. Good evening, Matthew. Wahoo! Good evening, Minato. Good evening, Alterian. Good evening, Jackal. Good evening, Azza. Good evening, Zien. Good evening, Nasulamaya. Good evening, Witukin. Good evening, Kronki. Good evening, Waper. Good evening, Perfect Toaster Setting. Good evening, NNGav. Good evening, Rex. Good evening, Silent Hilo. Oh, Snow Hilo. Sorry, my bad. I meant like silent. Good evening, Silent Solidarity. And good evening, Argo. Good evening, Teiyu. Good evening. So, good morn. So, yes, I have an explanation for why I was late today. I actually have no explanation. I guess time kind of caught up to me, right? So like before stream, I kind of wanted to get a little bit of drawing done. Because how am I supposed to give art advice if I didn't get any drawing done myself? You know? Good evening, Rajixum. Welcome. You just got back from the gym. Welcome. Good evening, Henpai. So yeah, I got some drawing done. So I drew a bit of Dantil. And then I also drew Shinuki, and that's about all I did. But like it was sort of like really quick, you know, really quick exercises in drawing. You thought I was wrestling the hand cam? No. We're not doing hand cams today. Yeah, I'm like trying to get out of my comfort zone. And I'm trying to draw a bunch of backgrounds. Like I said, right? Like I said, I feel like something just unlocked in my brain. Oh, what's the very good news coming very soon? Oh, I did say that, didn't I? I did say that. Oh yeah, I also finished this picture. I finished drawing this picture of Joru today. She should be streaming right now, actually. But I'm really happy that I got to finish drawing this picture for her. Yeah. I wanted to make it look like she was recovering in her little pool, you know. You're about to have dinner with family before heading back home. No worries, bro. Thank you for dropping by, even though you're busy. Okay. I'm just gonna head over into my room first and foremost before we get today's stream started, because I do know that quite a few people are late. And I would hate for people to miss their own submissions if they're not here, you know? So yes. On Discord, I did allude to the fact that I have a very good announcement. Very good news coming soon. So. I will give you 3 guesses as to what the good news is. Right? The good news is 1. I can't think of different options for what the good news could possibly be. Flush. Why would you suddenly go there? My birthday? No, not my birthday. Cover? Nah, that's not like super good news. Oh, Neg Nassifying brand bucket. That would be really good news. That would be really good news. Make a pool? A pool? A poll? Oh, a poll. Pregante? No, that's bad news. How would I get Pregante? Stop that. I'm running for president? No, that's also bad news. All of this good news that you guys are claiming are actually bad news. Anyway, the good news is plushies are happening. Plushies are happening. I am about to sign a contract tomorrow morning to get them into production, which means that I will have to run the donathon very soon. So I'm just saying maybe early August. April. Sorry, I didn't mean to say August. I meant to say April. I meant to say April. Yeah, Neg plushies are a go. And the thing is, because I am absolutely insane, and I am a crazy person. Okay, I am an insane mad. I am an insane mad lad. The prototype for the Neg plushies, so like, you know, the sewing pattern and everything, like you need to sort of like get a model for it, and you sort of need to you need prototype materials for that, right? Because I am an absolute insane person, I am going to go out this weekend to buy some fabric. And I am going to sew the prototype myself so that I can give them the sewing pattern. Hi, thank you for the follow. You know, I do have to say, bro, your name sounds like a bot's name. You gotta be very careful with a name like that, okay, bro? People are gonna ban you because they're gonna think you're a bot. Good evening, Morakune. Good evening. How's it going? Neg plushies are gonna be in production. Neg plushies are gonna be in production very, very, very soon. Yeah, so cool. And I was actually thinking of making a Neg reading friend. Like a you can follow along at home Neg reading friend. And so maybe I might be sewing that on stream. I don't know though. It really is the 7 at the end that sells it. It really is the 7. No, but I can see like a bunch of letters that are sort of repeating in your name that can kind of make you look like a real person. You're sitting at the keyboard and you're typing. Fair enough. It's okay though, because we know you're a real person. I'm gonna give you a nickname. I am going to call you Yugi, because you got the letters like YUG, FD, FY, FU, Yugi, F7. I'm gonna call you Yugi7. 4D, the dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Fell asleep at the keyboard. Clearly name starts with Yeah, actually, it looks very, very intentional. Anyhow, that is my good news. I still have to, you know, pay them the money up front. But I was talking to them, I was thinking about it, I was really thinking about it again, kept thinking, and I was like, I'm just gonna pay it out of pocket. I'm just gonna straight up just like pay it out of my savings because I want Neg plushies so badly. And whatever comes from the donathon, just think of that as you reimbursing me. just think of that as you patching up the holes in my wallet, because I don't want you guys to get disappointed, you know, if we don't meet our goals or anything, because I was considering the possibility of us not reaching our goal, right? And that sounded really sad to me. That sounded incredibly sad to me. So I was just thinking, might as well get it going first, recoup the losses later, you know. Cause we're not a business. We are just a bunch of guys that want the Neg pals. You were typing normally, the cat flew at you, and you were terrified. You flew to the keyboard and typed his name. I must say, you have some strange tastes, Mr. Yugi7. La Guerrera, welcome! Hi, Neg. Hi, Sea Hat. Anyhow, though, I do have to ask everyone, how has your day been? Because this is an obligatory question that I have to ask every single day, right? And while you are thinking about your answer to how your day went, I will tell you a little bit about how my day went, right? Am I Aussie? No, I'm British. No, I'm Australian. I'm Australian. I do not feel good if I kept the bit up. No, yes, I am Australian. You have the day off and you've done a great deal of nothing. Oh, Pog, me too. Your day yesterday went good. Okay, good morning. So I'll tell you a little bit about how my day went today. So my day started a little bit like this. I got up, I tried to do work, I couldn't get any work done, and I went to my meeting. I went to my engineering sort of final thesis meeting with my supervisor, right? And then, you know, I sat him down and I said, mate, the past week has just been like, I have not been able to get anything done for the past week. Like, look, I know I was supposed to give you a write-up on you know, how my findings have expanded my horizons and everything. Unfortunately, I couldn't get shit done last week. It's just like sometimes you just have those weeks, you know. But don't let those weeks get too long, because one of those weeks are eventually going to evolve into just one of those months, and one of those months is going to evolve into one of those years. So I just straight up told him, bro, I had one of those weeks. you know, one of those weeks. And then he was kind of like, well, you know, what are you gonna do about the report that's due on Sunday? And I just kind of said to him, look, I'm just gonna try speedrunning it, and is that okay? And I'm like, I know I shouldn't be telling this to you because you're my academic advisor, and I could see in the webcam his face morph from like disappointment to like a moment of realization. He's kind of like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we all have one of those weeks. So then he's pretty much like, okay, if you want to speedrun the report that's due, all you gotta do is this. And then we sort of like went over a game plan. So like, I think that worked out pretty well for me, but it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to have one of those weeks, you know? Because I spent a lot of the past week drawing instead of doing anything productive. I spend so much time drawing nowadays, bro. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. It feels like I've been struck by the urge to draw. Don't do it again, or they might be less sympathetic. Yeah. I'll try not to do it again, right? I'll try not to do it again. But just for this week, let me slack off, right? Let me slack off just for this week. I'm behind on so many things. I have voice lines that I need to deliver for song collabs. I have VODs that need fixing up. I have uni work that needs to be done. And here I am on twitch.tv saying, hey guys, you wanna draw today? Drawing is kind of productive, I think. I guess so. It would be productive if my career was an artist, right? But it's sort of like, to me, drawing is like my hobby, right? So to you know, gaming might be your hobby, but to me, drawing is like gaming. It's just kind of something that I do when I have nothing else to do. Arguably counterproductive? What do you mean? Counterproductive? To be honest, you were playing Fortnite and you got nervous and you were overcome by the fact that you died. Oh boy, see, your first mistake is to play a competitive video game. Just one of those decades. Yeah, you read the short story I talked about the other day and it was so good. Right? Okay, so the style of writing in that short story that I showed you guys, Lily the Immortal, right? It was kind of written in a way that was sort of obvious that the author liked to write fan fiction back in the day. But it just goes by so smoothly, and I don't know. There's a particular thing about that particular writing style that feels very, very personal, while also not having to resort to first person. I'm productive in the wrong thing, and it makes me not productive in the thing that I should be doing. Yes, correct. All right. So this is my vow that starting tomorrow. 明日から頑張るさ! Starting tomorrow, I'll start doing my best again. Starting tomorrow, okay? I feel like I say this to myself every day, but it's the kind of copium that you need in your life. Starting tomorrow, I'll start concentrating again. Just starting tomorrow. Count to 10, take a deep breath, and tomorrow, we will be on task. Starting tomorrow. And on that note, I am not entirely sure if I'm going to be working hard tomorrow. That means I need to get sleep at a reasonable time tonight. Yeah, so that's what I was going to say, actually. I don't know how late I am going to stream tonight until, but we will see. We will see how it goes. Tomorrow. I said tomorrow, not today. Tomorrow will be tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow will be the day that I say today, and I will relent. Today is the day. Today is gonna be the day that I'm gonna do all my work. By now, you should have somehow realized how to make it work. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Well, I'm sure a lot of people out there know how I feel. I don't know, it's just every single time I feel like I have motivation. Right? It just feels like I always get a new project. I always end up having a new idea. It's actually eating me alive? It's actually eating me alive. You know what I need? I need one of those tiny little people on the inside of my brain just like keeping me on a leash. We can always have the overpainting part forever. True. We could always run our overpainting series forever because I do like this overpainting series. Better to have motivation and too many projects than no motivation. I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true. Maybe I'll get there once I move out on my own, right? Because I've got a bunch of friends who have moved out of home, and they tell me that the way that they go through life at the moment is sort of they will do things because they know that they should. And that's kind of how they get through the everyday, even though they don't have anything in particular that they're super passionate about at the moment. And I'm thinking, just that ability to sort of just get through it, even if you don't feel a particular certain way, like that's powerful, you know? You think that's selection bias? I guess so. I mean, it's anecdotal evidence, right? But it's very, very hard to sort of like separate the, oh, if this person could do it, then why couldn't I? Those people are more likely. Oh, that's what you mean by those people are more likely to move out. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, also probably because they're the ones that have held jobs for the longest. Yeah, actually, funny that the two people who have moved out of home in my friend group are the two people who have kept the same job ever since they moved out. So that probably has something to do with it. Hi, Zian. It's that time of the night again, isn't it? Oh, hi, guys. What's cooking? Yo, Zaki. Good evening. Welcome. It's going good. Hell. So, I also have one other thing to say to you guys. Why do I make everything sound like an announcement? This is not an announcement, okay? Just putting that out there. I am announcing right now that what I'm about to say is not an announcement. But you know what? Fuck it. It's an announcement now. I am here to announce that. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm actually really sleepy. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but I'm actually quite sleepy right now. So whatever energy that I'm running on, it's sort of fumes. Announcement! Hi. You can tell that I'm less chatty. Wait, really? I've kind of been talking at you the whole time though, no? Also somehow, I can't formulate words as well as before. That is true. Like, I am very, very sleepy. I haven't been getting the best sleep today, as of late. So here's the thing. Yesterday, I drank 3 shots of coffee. All right. So in the morning, because I had to wake up super early, I got one of those iced coffees from the iced coffees from the convenience store, right? Iced coffees from the convenience store. And then later on, when I met up with Shinu, because we were being pressured by the shopkeeper, or rather the cafe lady, to buy something. She kept coming back every 10 minutes to be like, buy something? Are you buying something? I ended up getting pressured into buying a dirty chai. And so last night, I could not sleep. It was just my heart beating out of my chest. Oh, for Frotsky! Fav! Fav! Good evening, Fav! Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, bro! Thank you. If you guys do not know Faf is an amazing rigger. Faf is somebody that I have looked to for advice before. Please go give Faf a check out. Faf is also a purple wolf like me. Purple wolf with red eyes. I keep saying this. We're like siblings. Or rather, we're like from the same genus, right? Thank you for the raid, Faf. Thank you. I hope today's rigging stream went well for you. Where's my accent from? Britain. And anyhow though, yeah, ooh, relatives. Buy a milkshake or a piece of cake. Don't just chug grams of caffeine. Yeah, that was my mistake yesterday. That was the biggest mistake that I made. But you know, now I know, right? Went while you were doing a rigging update for a client. You know, Faf, I've been meaning to join the work channel on your Discord, right? Whenever people are around. But then whenever people are around, it's usually when I'm busy. So I do wish to catch the working calls one of these days, because I want to yell at Faf about how Live2D is lagging. In all seriousness, know that I'm Dutch. I just have the British twang. Yeah, this is correct, by the way. How else do you think that I know Joruna? Yeah, Joruna is a Dutch VTuber. Yeah, I know her because we're both Dutch. Producey. I want to do an art collab with my friends one day. Anyway. Faf, and also to all the raiders who do not know what the topic of today's stream is. So today, I am actually continuing a series that I started last week, and I got viewers to submit their artworks to me, right? And so I was going to do some overpainting, you know, I don't want to say correcting because correcting feels really rude, but, you know, painting over their artwork, sort of like giving small suggestions for improvements, and like giving encouragement and sort of like bringing out the further potential of a piece of art. I don't know though. It feels really mean, right? But like, listen. If you know of this YouTuber, okay, it's like I'm having a Saito Naoki moment. Right, you know, Saito Naoki, he's like the art tutorial YouTuber who paints over artworks, right? And also it helps me improve in my artwork, and hopefully, you know, by me sharing some of my viewpoints, it can help some of you guys. Anyhow, let us get into the drawing room, because I think that was a really good segue. If you didn't know Nasu, you can know her. I'm not mean! Don't say that! Hey! Please don't say that I'm mean, bro. You're being really mean to me by calling me mean. I'll try not to be mean. I'll try not to be mean. Cause I did one of those like personality tests, and one of the results came back as like, oh, I'm 89% tough love and 11% sorry, I didn't mean to. And I kid you not. This has actually happened before. Like I kid you not, this has actually happened before, where like one of my friends, like, she was freaking out about this was back when like I used to table for cons, right? And she was freaking out about the fact that like, oh no, I'm not gonna make it, you know, I'm not gonna be able to make enough pieces. I don't know if I'm gonna meet the deadline. And she started freaking out and like having a semi-nervous breakdown, right? And instead of consoling her, which a normal person would have done, I pretty much laid it out to her, and I'm like, well, judging by the rate that you've been drawing now, you've drawn like this much over this amount of time, and the deadline is in this amount of time. And if you keep going at this pace, you will still be 2 pictures short. And that kind of made her feel worse. But like, it was my way of like, what I tried to say is, you don't have time to be feeling bad right now, you've gotta grind. And then I immediately went to like, okay, I can help. Look, like, do your sketches, send them to me, and like, I'll do like a bunch of tweaks for you, right? Sort of like, we kind of had this like, but immediately, like, because she got like even sadder after I said that, like, after I did the whole stop crying and get back to work thing, I immediately went to, oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. So it was very, very accurate. So, the point of me saying that is I understand I can be sometimes very unintentionally mean. And so, if I am being mean, please tell me that I'm being mean. I will do my best to not be mean. You know what I mean? Yeah, the STEM brain, going to solutions immediately. I'm sorry that I've got engineer's brain, you know. Your personality test said not arguing, just explaining why I'm right. You sound like my sister. The last personality quiz you did said you were ruthless, hot-headed, and made harsh comments, which is kind of on brand. Oh, that sounds very mean, though. But I don't necessarily think that I'm excessively blunt, though. Here's the thing, right? Like, I am a people pleaser by nature. I don't like making people feel bad. But the thing is, I am also the world's worst liar. And so the reason why I strive for honesty is mostly because if I'm lying, someone can tell that I'm lying. And that'll make them feel even worse than if I just told them the truth to begin with. Even if the truth kind of sucks. It's like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place, you know? If my friend genuinely asked me if the shirt was ugly, yes, we're going back to the ugly shirt thing, okay? If my friend has an ugly shirt and they genuinely ask me, is this shirt ugly? I won't say that it's a good shirt. I will simply say, well, you like this shirt, and I think it suits you. Because you like it, therefore it is good. You can't lie, you smile when you lie. I backtrack when I lie, right? You can tell the little hitches in my voice. I backtrack, and I feel it's really bad. I can't keep my story straight. Yeah, the important thing is that it makes you happy, so ugly shirt is fit for them. No, I'm not saying you're ugly just like the shirt. Okay, I'm saying that because you like the shirt, that you should own the shirt, you know? I think it is great that you have different tastes from me and everyone else. This shirt is ugly. I mean, I personally would not be caught dead wearing that shirt, but that's just because it's not my aesthetic, you know? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? I'm really jealous of people who are able to give compliments to things that they don't like, you know? Like, even just the general, oh, wow, I love it, you know? I wish I could just say that, you know, with my whole chest. Oh, wow, I love it. Instead, I'll be like, I really like insert the only part that I possibly could like about this thing. Actually, this is not a very good preface to a stream where I roast people's art. This is not a good preface, okay? Okay, I will say that when it comes to art, I will always find something to appreciate, okay? Art is not like an ugly shirt that you purchase from the mall, okay? With art, every stroke is intentional. Every little detail you choose to put into it is intentional. I think there is potential in every single artwork. Haven't you heard my maxim? No picture is unfixable. And that is just like your life. No life is unfixable. I can fix you. I can try your approach. Just say the most flat factual thing. Oh yeah, that's some kind of fabric, alright. I don't know why, but the tone of voice that I read that in, it does not sound very nice. You feel like that level of compliment will cross the kind of from being constructive to just bullshitting people. Right. That's a bold-fashioned decision, and I respect your creativity. You love how the friend with the bad shirt is my shorthand for every dilemma. Because it's so easy to explain! It's so easy to explain. Do you guys know, like, the 5 main ethical frameworks? Do you guys want to know the 5 main ethical frameworks? So there's utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is kind of like saying, well, you having this shirt that is ugly does not hurt anyone. Therefore, I think it is a good shirt. And there's rights ethics, which is, well, you have the right to own any shirt you want, regardless of how ugly it is. And then there's ethical ego. I think there's ethical egocentrism, which is, I'm glad I don't wear that. I'm glad that I don't own that shirt. And then there was what were the other ones? What were the other ones? There was another one that like goes by your own values, right? Which was, anyway, I'm just saying the shirt thing is a very, very good shorthand. Character ethics. Utilitarianism, it covers you from the cold good shirt. I utilitarianism is the one that everyone knows. It's like from our good friend Immanuel Kant, the trolley problem guy. Who drew that? Oh, this. I drew that. Oh, I drew this. Sorry, I haven't pulled up any artworks just yet. This is a picture that I drew. So let me just take this away. Actually, this is not part of the stream. This is not part of the stream. Let me replace it with something else. Am I gonna start with the Joru? I mean, I just drew it today, so I don't think I can make any meaningful changes to it simply because I just drew it today. Okay, music just stopped, so let's find some more music. It's terrible. Wow, it's terrible, man. You don't like my smiley face, do you? Okay, so let me see the next submission that we have, starting from Flufywalker is the next one. Okay, so first submission that we're going to be looking at today is from Flufywalker. Also, Floofy should I be saying your name as Fluffy or Floofy? Because you've only got one F, and that kind of implies that it's Floofy instead of Fluffy. Okay, so Flufywalker drew a pirate neg pal, and what did they say? They said the monocle chain was hard. Okay, so you want commentary on the monocle chain, right? Okay, so this is a picture that was sent in by Flufywalker. Up to me? Alright. Okay, let's see. Window, new window. Drag this over here. That's going to be the original. Wait, no. This one's going to be the original. That's the thumbnail, and this one I will paste from clipboard. Okay, it's a secret English technique. The fact that he only has one F changes the U pronunciation. Yes, it actually is. I don't know how to explain why it changes the pronunciation, but like if you want it to be like a short sound, like a fluff, right? Fluff. The second F kind of softens it. It's kind of like FLOF. If it's FLOFF, it'll become fluff. But then if it's only FLOF, it becomes floaf. I genuinely do not know why, but English is a real language. Okay, trust me. English is a real language. Granted, there are some people who would probably say otherwise, right? Okay, so how sure am I on this? I am 80% sure. I am 80% sure. Because English borrows from a bunch of different languages. Like, it really would depend on where the root of the word is from. Okay, so Flufywalker said that the chain was hard for them, right? Nenami, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So the first thing to note here is before I work on the chain, there are a few things, Floofy, that I must address. So I am going to try my best not to change the vibes of this neg pal as much as possible, okay? But I can tell that you sort of were drawing with a bumpy brush, and so I'm just going to smooth out the edges before I do anything else with this. And I'm not going to change the design or anything. I'm going to leave everything mostly as is and just kind of like smooth everything out. Why does it look like I just squashed the poor? Actually, yeah, that's a good question. So the thing is, this does look flat, right? This neg pal does look flat, right? And I will tell you why it looks flat. Because actually it doesn't look flat at all. I mean, I can't tell you why it looks flat. It just kind of looks like it's splattered. You can draw some like extra splat marks here. Yeah, because no shadow and no textures. I mean, we could add shadows, right? That was your first time drawing on your tablet. Oh, wait, no. Then that's perfect. That's perfect, right? the lines are closed and everything. I remember the first time I drew on my tablet, it was absolutely awful. So here is what we will do. I'm going to use my favorite brush, which is this brush, this square looking brush. Your friends kind of just invaded. Hello. Anyway, so I'm going to sort of, if you want the fur to look fluffy, if you want Negpal fur to look fluffy, you kind of have to fluff it out, you know? Kind of like this. You can add some extra strokes to the sides, right? Don't be afraid of drawing over your line art, because at the very end, you can always add new line art on top, like this. I asked for beginners, so this is your attempt. No, honestly though, this is actually a really good attempt for your first ever piece, right? Would I draw you a smiley face? Okay. Okay. I don't want to change this too much. You're a beginner artist. How do you starve? Try to make it your career. That's how you starve. That is why I am an engineer and why I am not an artist by trade. So what you're seeing me do here is I'm just like going out over these lines again. So when you're drawing these lines, right, I can see that you have the stabilizer not turned on. So I think if you don't want the bumpy lines, you can turn on the stabilizer on the drawing program that you're using. You want to go buy new pants? The cat cut your pants off. What? All of your pants, the entire pants. You don't know your rank yet. I mean, don't rank yourself as an artist, okay? I think it's always good to have a beginner's mindset. Okay, so here is something to be careful of when you're drawing shape, right? So this area of the neg pal is supposed to sort of be fluff, right? It's supposed to be fur, and it's supposed to be white fur on top of purple fur. But because of the way that you sort of like cut it off like this, it kind of looks like this is a tube with white spikes coming out of it, you know? You kind of drew it a little bit like a tube. So if you want the fluff to sort of look organic, what you want to do is sort of you do that too with the tail. Yeah. Cutting it off like this kind of makes it look like a cylinder, right? So what you want to do instead is you want to take some of that white and sort of kind of have it follow a zigzag kind of pattern, sort of just like this. Kind of make it look like it's blending in, you know? Sort of like, so say for example, like this, right? I just drew a tic-tac shape. Like I just drew a tic-tac shape here. So what you want to do with this tic-tac shape is you're gonna take some purple and kind of make it look like it's sinking in to the purple, you know? You see the shape that I'm making here? Yeah. So that's kind of how you like give the illusion of depth in fur, especially if you're only using one color at a time. It's just a shorthand though. Okay, there's like a lot of other techniques, but this is one of them. So basically you mirror the fuzz pattern where the two colors of the fluff meet. Correct. It's probably also good to look at references of like actual dogs, you know, because I know that a lot of dogs, they actually have a white tipped tail, and it's usually not this uniform in real life. Like in real life, it's not usually this uniform. So just sort of be aware. But if you're going to draw like a cartoon dog, you know, like a neg pal, and you don't want to use a reference, I think, you know, having this sort of like mirrored zigzag pattern is also very nice. I'm also removing the outline too. Oh yes, I've removed the outline because I'm drawing on top. So let me just put that outline back. So this is something that a lot of people who are just starting to work with digital art are very, very scared of doing. They are very scared of drawing on top of their lines. And that is something that I was really afraid of doing as well when I first started doing digital art. But just so you know, like there is nothing scary about deviating from your line art, because it makes things so much easier. Like say for example, I'm gonna give you guys an example, okay? Just let me put this away for a second. Say, for example, you ask me to draw a tomato, right? So here's an example of me trying to draw a tomato with line art. So let's say I have this, and then the tomato comes up like this, and like that, right? Wouldn't it be funny if the stream died right now? It would be. And then I color the tomato in. Try to stay within the lines, right? You ask me to draw a tomato, I give you a tomato. I mean, that's fine. Also, I could use the fill tool to fill in the lines. That's like its whole thing. Or alternatively, you ask me to draw a tomato. I say, I'ma draw you a tomato. I'll block out the shape of the tomato first. So, see, this gives me more control over what shape the tomato is going to be. Whereas for the line art, I kind of have to just like draw a circle and kind of have to guess, right? So now, like with the color method, right? Starting with the color first, you can kind of see the shape, and then you can kind of chisel away at the shape as well. You don't have to be as precise as sort of just drawing with lines, you know? And then, yeah, the color method is called painting. Yeah, I'm a painter. Yeah, honestly though, I think if you're a beginner to art, definitely try the color blocking method next time. The painting, yeah. So like, see, I get more precision in the shape that I want. So technically, this is the same shape, and then I'm just gonna draw this part of the tomato the same as the tomato on top, and then I make a new layer. And then I can just outline the tomato. If I really want to outline the tomato, right? But like now that you've already have the color, do you really want to outline the tomato? You can just start shading on the tomato. And the outline that you give the tomato, it doesn't have to be perfect. But like, you know, one of these like it's similar effect, right? One of these tomatoes looks different. Yeah, like legit, this tomato is a tomato of someone who observes their surroundings. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When you draw with lines, you're drawing a representation of the world. Like if you just look around the world right now, if you look around your room right now, what has lines? Objects in real life, they don't have lines. They have shapes and shadows and contours, right? Like look at your fingernail for example. There's no like hard line on it. So yeah, drawings are all representations. Yes, but if you're drawing with lines, that is like another layer of separation from what we're actually seeing. And so when you paint, right? When you draw with color blocking or when you're painting, you're drawing with shapes. And shapes are what we actually see. Anyway, so that's my case for painting, right? I am somebody who is 100% paint appealed. Yeah, painting the shapes first feels more natural and less stiff than outlining. Correct. And then there's also like this bit of if you're going to shade something with so here's another exercise, right? Here's another exercise. So let's take this tomato with the black outline. And let's say I'm gonna shade this tomato now. Okay, so I'm just gonna like very, very quickly sort of pick a color and just sort of like paint this tomato. All right. I can't find the brush that I like. Where's the brush that I like to use? What the heck? What the heck? Okay, found it. Okay, so I'm gonna take this tomato. Maybe let's take like a nice dark purple color. Sort of brush around the side like this. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Yeah, that's nice. Very, very quickly, okay, painting this tomato very, very quickly, and then maybe I'll take like a yellow here just to put in some highlights. And also maybe we'll put some blue just for like some, you know, nice bounce light, environmental bounce light. And with this green, I'll use a more yellow color up here. And sort of just... Anyway, so that's a very quickly shaded tomato, right? Yeah, this is a very quickly shading tomato. Not my best shading, honestly. Honestly, not my best shading. But we're just gonna run with this, right? So, done with lines on. Now, I'm going to color. Holy shit, they made tomato into a real thing? they made tomato into a real thing. I'm back. I swear to God, I didn't do that on purpose. It just so happened that I was drawing a tomato. Anyway, I'm painting this tomato, right? I'm painting this tomato. Now, does something look off about this tomato? Hey, when did I shade that? I shaded this tomato while the stream tomatoed. You went to the store and bought a pair of underwear. Oh, jeez. That is a bit TMI, bro. I just faked it and switched it with a real... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is a very real picture of a real tomato. We back. Okay, so as I was explaining with this tomato, so I shaded it with the same colors, and I want you to observe something. If I take away the lines from this, they look the same right now, right? They look the same right now. Like this, let's just say this tomato is done. Let's pretend that this tomato up here is done, right? Like I'm gonna ask you, which of these two tomatoes looks more complete to you? Which of these two tomatoes look more complete to you? Obviously, the one on the top left looks more complete because it's got lines, right? Oh, okay. Well, I'm the second. Really, the second one? I was gonna say the first one, but the one up here. This looks more complete to me. And it's because like these lines, they actually serve as contour lines, right? Yeah. So your line art is actually contour lines. Like we talked about this in my IRL painting stream, right? But like something that feels more like, okay, print it, ship it, right? Also, I think you might notice the black lines. Yeah. The lineless one. It looks like it's more harmonious, right? The lineless one looks better because these lines are black. So generally, you want to color your line art a different color once you're done. Just lock the opacity, color your line art a different color. And then make it as if it doesn't exist in the first place, essentially. But still, because I colored this while the line art was on, it won't look the same. It won't look the same. So I don't know. It's just you have a lot more possibility. Yeah, that line coloring is a neat trick, but if you don't want to do that, what you can do instead is go back to this tomato. I'm going to pick this color right here, and I'm going to make it a little bit darker. And I'm going to add my own contours. Here, and here, and here. Because where there are now no lines, I can kind of... It leaves... Power vacuum is not the right word for it, but it leaves more space for possibilities, right? So I'm gonna take this dark color and I'm just going to outline this part very gently, but because we're not drawing with line art, right? I can also blend this in over here. Yeah, kind of looks like the stem is a funny hat. Yeah, that's kind of how I drew it. And also you see this yellow, you can kind of also take this yellow and kind of pull it over there as well. And because it kind of looks a little bit like it's kind of floating in space, you can kind of very gently paint in this line. So it's kind of like fake line art in a way. And then we take this red and kind of pull it down here a little bit just to show the roundness of the tomato, right? And now you have your tomato. And you can't do the same thing if you're doing line art because the line art is chunky. Amazing how my art goes on tangents. Yeah, I'm adding more contrast to the background rather than tracing the whole outline. Correct. Because where there is an outline here, where there is an outline in the top left tomato, there is no outline taking up space in the bottom right tomato. So then you can just simply paint on some darker contours, right? And give it more contrast to make this tomato pop a little bit more. Anyway, this has been a lesson in tomato. I don't know. I'm not the best at this, okay? It's just like little things that I pick up while looking at art communities on the internet. So here's the thing, right? Like, I never thought of myself as somebody who has a lot of art knowledge to share because I'm like, oh yeah, you know, this is all stuff that everybody already knows. The contour and outline is the high contrast. That's how the illusion is made. Correct. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Line art is the contour that makes the illusion. I was like, I guess, because I was really surprised actually. There were a lot of really commonly known art facts, right? Because I just hang around artist circles on the internet a lot. And so it's stuff that most people already know. But I guess like, if you haven't entered that sphere yet, all of those really common tips and tricks, you wouldn't have come across it. I guess it's sort of like, you know, the deeper you get into something like a hobby or something, the more you assume the average person knows. Good evening, Droopy. Welcome. Aw, you just missed my lesson on contours. You're friends with a lot of artists, but you don't know a lot of this shit. You say you don't have much experience, but you think a lot of people here, including you, are at the I can draw stick figures level. I guess so. But it's sort of... I don't know. I still feel like a little bit of a fraud. Just because it's perceived as common knowledge doesn't mean it's actually common. Okay, so another thing about the colors that I used in this tomato. I suppose you might be wondering, Neg, how did you choose the colors you want for this tomato? Well, it is very simple. I start out with this red color, right? That's my base red color. Yes, that was a question you had, correct. Okay, I start out with this base red color. And all the way on the shadows is this maroon. All the way over here is this yellow. Now, there is this orange, this orange color, right? So tell me about this curve. Tell me about this curve, right? Yeah, so I put down the base color first, and then this is the darkest shadow, this is the lightest light, and then it kind of like goes from here to here to here to here. And then I threw in a dash of this gray. And then there's a dash of this gray. Right? Correct. It's warm to cold colors. So you can see that the lights, they get warmer and warmer and warmer. They get closer to yellow. And the darks, they slowly start getting cooler and cooler and cooler and cooler, right? Is varying in red intensity, but not really in yellow intensity. That's because the yellow is actually... The reds that I'm using are closer together. Oh, no, they're not actually. No. These... Okay, from... If you look on a color wheel, on a color spectrum, here... Let me just circle this part. So, here to here is the same distance as here to here. If I took away this middle color, you can see, right? Like when it looks like this, it looks like the yellow is more intense, but that's because it's the light source, and like the highlight color, the light source, it will always look more intense. But taking away the base color, the general distance between these three shades on either side is the same, right? You cannot see? Okay, then how about I do this? I will turn this into black and white. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Edit. Change. Wait, I need a gradient map layer, don't I? I don't know how to make these layers. Oh no. A new correction layer, and we need a new gradient map. Alright, there you go. Here we go. So, take away middle. Take away the middle. The grays are like varying in the same distance. I don't know. I don't know. You just gotta take my word for this. Oh, Trollius, good evening. Welcome. Oh, have a good dinner, bro. And also, Vader, good evening. Welcome. My art streams are great. Oh, thank you. Some colors are naturally darker and other colors are naturally light. That is true. So you have to be very careful of that. Anyway, there are some things that I can't explain very well because unfortunately I am not a professional. It's called to warm color. It is a little bit of a hack, right? I wish I could show you my color wheel, but I can't quite show you my color wheel. But essentially, when you're doing the shadows and you're doing the lights, it makes the contrast look bigger, right? It gives you a bigger form of contrast. When you are a bigger sense of contrast, when you vary the warmth and the coolness. Everything to this art is a hack. Yeah, it is. Everything is a hack. Okay, so would you like me to try this technique of the tomato on this Neg Pal then? You've heard about color ramps a bit from looking into pixel art palettes. Yes. This is essentially the same logic as a color ramp in pixel art. Yeah, it's like the mountain height maps. Yeah, precisely. Okay, so now that we have studied Le Tomato, let's try it on the Neg Pal, okay? So I am going to take this Neg Pal that Flufywalker drew, and I am going to lock the opacity. And I'm just gonna make everything purple. Okay? Of course, you probably need a palette of the original colors. So I'm just gonna take this green, just gonna drop it here, take this purple, drop it here, take this white, drop it here, take this gray, drop it here, take this black, drop it here, take this gray, drop it here. Okay, I think we're ready. All right, make this entire Neg Pal purple. All right, first things first. Oh yes, there was gold as well. Correct. Take this gold and drop it here. A baby dust. Happy Ace Pride. Oh yeah, Ace Pride over here. Alright, let's make this Neg Pal purple. Alright, so now that you make it into a color blob, is it still recognizable? It still is. But because we have a color blob now, we can sort of start chiseling it. Right, sort of start chiseling it into the shape that we like. When everything is one color, it's a little bit hard to sort of see what's going on. But having a strong silhouette, especially when you're doing character-focused pieces, is very, very, very important. If you're drawing a scene, with a background, then that's a whole different beast. But if you're just sort of like drawing, character on white background, you really have to make sure that the character's silhouette is strong. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm just fixing up the silhouette to make the silhouette a little bit more Neg Pal-like. Let's see. Floofy's Neg Pal has... I'm gonna try to keep the explosive fur that you gave the Neg Pal actually. Up here, the explosive fur explodes this way, and the fur here explodes that way, and the fur explodes this way. But because we're not drawing with lines, I can feel free to erase, as I feel free to make these points sharper. Do I still feel sleepy? Yeah, I still feel sleepy. And these feet are a little bit square, right? So you can once again chisel around the feet. See, isn't painting fun, bros? Isn't painting fun? It's like you're sculpting. You're sculpting the shape. Alright, now that we have this shape sculpted out... Well, actually, this tail... See, Fluffy? The silhouette of the tail that you drew is actually really, really nice. Like, I don't have to change anything about the silhouette of this tail. I'm not gonna change anything about the tail silhouette. Okay, make the ears a bit sharper. Alright. I think generally this neck pal should be ready. If I want to be spicier, I'll add like a few little extra tufts of fur down here. You know, just because this part is looking a little bit bare. So drawing with like color blocking and silhouettes as well, it kind of lets you like identify places that you might not even be able to see with line art, where you're kind of like, oh, maybe this part needs something, right? There's also a really cool technique, I'll also show you guys on CSP, where like, you have a silhouette like this, right? You can use the outline tool to make a black outline. Obviously, I drew it really messily. I drew it really, really messy, but like, assume that I didn't draw it very messy, right? Make this white, and then copy, paste this layer, merge it with another layer, so rasterize it. So now this is its own layer, right? And there should be an option in CSP that is convert brightness to opacity. And so, bam! Now you have an outline. Now you have an outline. That's my wisdom! That's my wisdom! You can make easy outlines with silhouettes just like that, if you want the line art. But anyway, that's not the route that we're going. Woohoo! We're not going with this route. Okay, we're gonna do this like we did the tomato. What tab is the brightness to opacity thing? It should be in edit, and then if you go, I think it's halfway down the edit tab. Okay, I'm going to take this green that you gave this neg pal as well on the stem, and I am going to apply this green right here. Actually, I might lock the opacity while I do this as well, so I don't go outside the outline. Lock the opacity on this. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? And also, you have the neg pal stem, kind of like giving him a small hat. Eggplant stems, they kind of like come down a little bit, like this, right? Because it's kind of like growing into it. Like this. I can fix up that silhouette in a bit as well because I see there's a hole here. Okay, lock the opacity again. And this neg pal had like white tipped ears, didn't it? So let's put those white tipped ears in. You can't quite see it right now because it's totally white and transparent. But using the method that I did before, remember we make the tips sharp because it's fur. Alright, now the fur is sufficiently sharp. What else was there? What else was there? Oh yes, we also had white on the tail. So let's just put those white tips on the tail as well. The outline made you think of action book comic books. Yeah, the outline effect on CSP is really, really cool. You can do that in Photoshop as well. Yeah, Fuji-san! It looks like Fuji-san! Mount Fuji, double Mount Fuji. I am a little bit lazy, so I can't really be bothered to sort of chisel that perfect zigzag shape here, right? So I'm just gonna do it like this. Okay. Now you wanted the neg pal's face. So using the original picture as a reference, what I am going to do is I'm just going to draw where you put the eye patch. Because so this is the top of the eye patch, and we want to put a little bump here because, you know, like we're implying 3D space, right? And sort of bring it back down. Sort of bring it back down. I think the eye patch would be here, wouldn't it? Eye patch would be here. And then bring this back down. And also, you had it hooked onto a piece of fur. So, let's hook it onto a piece of fur. Right there. Oop, there's a piece of fur here, fur here, fur here. Alright. Take care, Rejixum. It's not my birthday! Take care, Rejixum. If I reach your submission, remember that you sent it again in PSD. Okay. And this is the pirate cross. It's not my birthday! And the other eye is here, so I'm going to once again shape out the other eye. And you had the other eye outlined, so I'm going to use the color you used as an outline. Outline that. Have this. You also had the Neg pal with this kind of scary face. Oh well. Happy Orglue Day. We don't even know what Orglues are. What is an Orglue? What is an Orglue? And then we just kind of outline the Neg pal as such. The eye patch has the Twitter. Oh, don't say that. That makes me really sad. Don't say that. You couldn't figure out what an Oglue is. Yeah, I figured. You suspect it's a typo. Yeah, no, the thing is, even in the Japanese version, like the Let's Player that I saw the video from, he was like, what the hell is an Oglue? And I'm gonna put this back. Don't forget, there should be a little bump here to suggest that the legs are slightly behind the tummy. And then we put this back, put this back, put this back, put back the line art, put the line art in here, just sort of tracing where I put my colors. And there you go. Well, I have to draw the monocle as well. You said the chains were hard, right? So I'm going to draw this first. Like this. Yeah, you see, you also didn't have an outline for your monocle either, which is kind of nice. Okay, so you said that the chains are hard. You said that the chains are hard. Well, oh boy, do I have a solution for you. So the way that you drew the chains were kind of like this, right? And they kind of look like circles connecting to each other. But actually, chains, they link with each other, right? So this is a good method for drawing chains. So first, you want to draw like a line, just in a different color, following the path that you want your chain to take, right? Like this. And then make a layer on top of that. And sort of, once again, your chain starts like this because it has to loop around the circle, right? And then the other part of the chain should connect like this. And then you just do this while you follow the line. And then you take away that red layer. And now you have some chains. And if you really wanted to, you could outline these chains as well. Yeah, pretty neat trick, right? Pretty neat trick. Because the thing is, when you're drawing like interlocked chains, it's very, very, very hard for you to naturally follow the path that you want it to follow. So it's always good to draw a guideline. Like, remember, drawing, you don't have to, you know, end your sketch. You don't have to stop sketching at the end of sketch layer sketch, right? I mean, end of sketch layer phase. Like, you can always go back to sketch something else on top. Like, say for example, I'm like, oh wow, I wish this Neg pal had, like what? What? I wish this Neg pal had a top hat. Had a bucket hat. Yeah, what do I think the other end of the chain is connected to? I don't know. A brick? I wish this Neg pal had a top hat. Okay then. Well, simply, I'll just do this, right? If I wish this Neg pal had a top hat, I'll just do this. And then just do that. And an instant top hat in the same style. Yeah, this Neg pal has a top hat. It does look a little bit odd though on a Neg pal because it's like, it's another thing covering the stem. Actually, it's super cute. It's actually super cute. If Neg pals had top hats, they would wear like tiny little top hats like this. Yeah, I just created another sketch layer. Anyway, so this was Flufywalker's submission. I hope you enjoyed this, Flufywalker. Now, would you like me to send this on Discord? Actually, yeah, I'll send you the completed one on Discord. Please find it in stream chat. Here it is. I just sent it in stream chat. Very educational. Oh god, I hope so. I hope it was educational. One of the big things that I'm afraid of is giving bad advice. I really, really, really hope that I'm not giving anybody bad art advice, because that would be awful. Just remember, okay, like my advice is simply how I would do things. Art is not... Obviously, there's no correct way to make art, okay? But it's simply the way that I think. Alright, let's go! Let's move on to the next submission. The next submission is from J9. Let's see. Okay, the next submission is from Justin. So I don't know if he is here in this stream, but he has a very, very cute drawing of me on a hill. Aww, you think the don't fixate on filling in outlines thing will really help you? Genuinely, okay, I know so many people who get burnt out on drawing. Simply because they feel like they have to make outlines, right? They have to draw line art. And line art is like, come on, man. Line art is my least favorite part. Like, I'll draw a sketch, I'll draw a messy sketch, and then I'll immediately start painting. Okay, this one's from J9, and he says... What did he say? He said, either de-nassify it or make it even more nasu. Okay. I got you, fam. Alright, let's make this a new window, and let's put that here. And let's copy this, and create new from clipboard. Whoop, that's not the right one. Create new from clipboard. There we go. And take this away. Do not save. Okay. Thumbnail. Your favorite drawing You think your favorite drawing was with no line art. Exactly. Important thing is mastering the fundamentals. Everything else is personal style and hackery. Correct. But Happy Jalapeno, what are fundamentals? Right? Like a lot of people will argue that fundamentals are different things. Personally, I would suggest focusing on like portraying 3D space, right? So like perspective and stuff like that, which is why I tell you guys to draw boxes. Like perspective and 3D space, that's a fundamental. You can apply this to any drawing that you make in future. You have a love-hate relationship with the sketching process. Okay, first thing I noticed about this picture is that the resolution for this is tiny. So we're gonna try to work with a tiny resolution. Okay, let's just get rid of these words here first. I know that J9 is not with us right now. Rest his soul. Rest his soul. J9 is not with us right now. The first thing I notice is, as a composition, there's a lot of space down here, right? There's like a lot of unused space down here, and that's kind of awkward. So I'm just going to move everything down. Wait, J9's here! Ah! Hi, J9! What resolution should you use? Honestly, draw at the resolution you feel comfortable with. I'm not gonna roast people on resolutions. Have I nassified a cube yet? No one sent me a cube yet. It looks like the text was drawn first. Yeah, you're eating dinner? Okay. So, first thing I noticed about this picture without the text is that it has a lot of awkward white space down here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move everything down so that there is no more awkward unfilled space, and I'm gonna fill the top here with blue. So you might be wondering, Neg, what's the difference? You've just removed some awkward space and replaced it with more awkward space. But you see, the difference between these two awkward spaces is that the green is a darker color and a more eye-catching color than the blue, right? And so having more blue makes it less obstructive. And also, my computer's lagging and I'm not sure why. My computer's lagging and I'm not sure why. I accidentally opened up LD Player and everything's dying. Let's see, what's eating up all my RAM right now? GOG? Get out of here, GOG. I don't need you. Microsoft Edge? Microsoft Edge? Get out of here! GOG? Get out of here! Vanguard tray? Get out of here! What else is there? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, RAM has been saved. Torashii, good evening. Welcome. So anyway, blue color, a little less obstructive. So let's just fix these clouds because I tore off some clouds. Okay, first thing that I did to this picture, take away some of the aggressive green color. And then once again, fix up the things that I've destroyed. I will say one thing that you've done quite well is, actually J9, you know what I do like about this picture? I like the shape of the head. I really like how you shaped out the hair. Because if you look at this, the line art is really thin, right? You can barely see the line art. So J9, you drew a really good silhouette for the hair. I like that. I like this a lot. Hey, good evening, Clueless. Welcome. You thought someone submitted a tomato drawing? Welcome, Clueless. Good evening. Okay, so that's one nice thing. I noticed here that there is a gap here, so let's just fix that. Let's just fill that gap in. Okay, second thing that I noticed is you're going for the round... I see you're going for a round Animal Crossing style, right? So usually if you're going for an anime style, I would say that like you need to make sure the cheeks are noticeable. So I would take this part away and sort of like fill that back in there, right? And then like fill in some hair here. But because you're going for like the really kind of art style, you know, I'm going to leave it like this, right? But your circle is a little bit wonky, you know. So let me show you the shape that you actually use for the circle. So this is the shape of the face right now. This is the shape of the face, right? If you follow this circle to completion, the way that the hair is sitting is a little bit awkward, isn't it? And like, let's say you want to put the face on this circle because it would be like this, right? And, or rather, like if the eyes are lined up like this, then the face would be like this. Anyway, all I'm saying is the facial features are a little bit misaligned. Because this is a circle, you can't have the two eyes parallel to each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move one of the eyes downwards because it simply makes no sense that they are parallel. Sorry, I feel like I'm just talking out of my ass right now. I genuinely feel like I'm talking out of my ass with that one. But like, that's also what I feel like is the thing that's bothering me the most. The fact that the eyes are parallel. And also this mouth should probably also kind of look like it's following the shape of the circle, you know? Because if you draw a circle and you wanted to draw out the contour lines, it would be like this, right? Like if you shade a circle and you just keep going and you keep going and you keep going, a circle would be like this, right? And so the mouth should also follow this kind of curvature. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of what I just said just now. Mainly because I didn't understand it. Yeah. So, as you can see, before, after. Yeah, you gotta follow the curve of the circle. Alright, next step to Nassifying it. Also, yeah, the circle is a little bit bumpy, so I'm going to just take away some of the line art here because having thick line art all the way through, it kind of makes the face look flatter than it is. Because the hair doesn't have line art on some parts of it, right? So like if you mix these two techniques, the part that has more line art on it, it's going to end up... Remember what I said earlier, right? Line art is contour. So we really shouldn't be having any contour on that side of the face, because this is where the shadows are. So we're just gonna take that away. Getting the parts of the face aligned in perspective seems tricky. It does, but please read the Andrew Loomis book that I linked in the Discord. Okay, I kid. I'm not supposed to be showing you this, okay? Okay, I'm really not supposed to be showing you this. So I'm gonna show you this once, alright? But essentially, according to Andrew Loomis, this is how a face is constructed. This is how a head is constructed. And I mean, this is a good way to visualize how a head is constructed, right? Because everybody knows what a circle looks like. Everybody knows what a ball looks like. And so if you draw out the lines that are sort of like going along the ball, you can imagine that if you chop off sides of it, you get, you know, the side of a skull. And then if you extend it downwards, you get a chin. And then you can kind of like extrapolate that to the planes of the face. And then you can kind of, you know, it's like a lot of drawing really is just how you think about the shape, right? So when you draw someone, you start with pulling a pike through their head. I mean, this is just a visualization, right? This is a visualization. But I think if you think less like an illustrator drawing on a flat piece of paper and more like a sculptor, I think 3D objects will come a lot easier to you. Isn't there a joke in SpongeBob where SpongeBob is such a savant he draws a perfect face and removes the features to draw a perfect circle? Literally this but backwards? Yeah, literally this but backwards. Honestly, this looks like a SpongeBob gag, but this is how it is. Anyway, Andrew Loomis, everybody, read the Loomis book. Anyway, back to this picture. All right, so God, I really like how you drew the hair, because like the hair actually follows the contours of the circle really, really well, right? Like, if you look at the way that J9 drew the hair here, it falls like this, like it's actually wrapping around the head, but it's also falling off, you know, at like certain angles, so it's not like completely stuck to the head. Very, very nice job, J9. Like you've improved so much, bro, from when you first started drawing. I hope I don't sound patronizing right now, because I'm genuinely actually really happy for you. Okay, next thing that I notice that I am a little bit bothered by in this picture is, let me show you. Allow me to show you. So this ear, I do not think that it should be up here. In no world does this make sense. So assuming that this ear is here, this ear is here, I'll take off my hat for a second just to show you guys. So you see how my ears are kind of like triangles with a side sawn off, like kind of like this? Yeah? I mean, you see that? So for this ear, over here, this ear over here, this should be like that. You hear that ear is here? Yeah, this ear over here should be like this. And because once again, this ear should not be up here. This ear should... Stop making me laugh. This ear should not be up here. Ah, Dr. Seuss. Call me Nasu-ification. Anyway, this ear should be down here. Stop it. Stop saying words that rhyme. This ear should be down here, because we want to assume that this ear is pinned on the sphere. No, the word sphere also rhymes with ear. This ear is pinned on the sphere. Okay? Because listen, Welcome to you, Fuzan. Welcome. I'm gonna put my hat back on. My ears are feeling self-conscious. Okay, so if we draw that, remember that red circle we drew earlier, right? This circle, if we draw this circle out again. Okay, actually, let's put that ear back. Let's put that ear back there, right? Let's draw this sphere again, okay? So this is the head. And where Kemomimi ears grow from? Well, first of all, where do they grow from, right? First of all, let's just assume that this ear is in the right position. So I'm going to... So remember, this is the plane of the shape. This is the plane of the face, right? Think of the face like a piece of paper, and you're just wrapping it around... You're wrapping it around the sphere, right? And so it's wrapped like this, right? If the face is wrapped like this, then I would assume that you would want, because the face is like looking downwards like this, right? And ears, you kind of assume that they are on the very top of the sphere, so directly in the middle on top. And if we're taking this to be the top of the head, then it should be around here. Once again, thinking in 3D space, kind of draw a curve here, and then... Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Remember how I was drawing out the curved shape of the circle? Sort of treating it like a 3D shape? Yeah? Treating it like a 3D shape? Okay, so if we treat it like a 3D shape, then that means this line, whatever's on this line, is following... is going to be equal, right? Essentially, horizontally equal. So, if you're going to position the ear, you should be positioning the ear along this line. Like this. And you want to make sure that the ears are kind of relatively the same size. And because, you know, my ears are a triangle, kind of like this, it would be like this. Because this one would be facing forward. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Oh my god, we got raided! Ah! I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry. I was... Oh, thank you so much for puppies. Thank you so much for the raid, Ray. Thank you. From one doggo to another. Welcome, raiders. I am so sorry. I feel so rude right now. I feel so rude. Sorry, I'm giving art lessons to my community. Well, rather, I'm not giving art I don't feel qualified to give art lessons, okay? But I'm more like I'm explaining how I visualize shape. And the entire stream that I'm doing today is people send me their art, and then I tell them the things that I like about it and the things that I think could be improved. I hope you had a great art stream today, puppies. Could you want to send something? You want to send your artwork for us to look at? I don't actually know how to enable links. If there's a mod in chat right now who can help enable some links, that would be amazing. This transformation is amazing to behold. Every step visibly brings it to kind of cute to legitimately adorable. Oh, don't say that, bro. Don't say that. I think originally J9's picture was already super cute. Thank you for the follows from the raid, everybody. Thank you for the follow, Random Guy Manboy. Thank you for the follow, First Time Plays. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I'm really bringing out the potential. Yours is raid for Pega? Okay. I'll take your word for it. But yeah, so... For the most part, the theme of my art streams... Hey, that rhymes. The theme of my art streams is mostly... every picture has endless potential. Regardless of what skill level the artist might think that they are at. Every picture has potential. Okay, so let's bring those ears back in line with... Actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna redraw those ears, alright? And make sure... Don't make the mistake of having the hair kind of like stick to the head, by the way, because you want hair to be floofy. So you want it to be just a little bit larger than your skull, assuming the skull is like the circular shape we have here, right? You love how wiggly my model is. Oh, thank you, thank you. That makes me very, very happy. I rigged this one myself. The theme is I can fix it, but also I can fix it sounds kind of mean. You know, I can fix it sounds kind of rude. So I don't want to say that I'm fixing your art. I can say that I'm nassifying your art. I'm Neg Nassifying your art. Ah, Ishii-kun, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. No, genuinely though, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I rigged this? Yeah, I did. I am Neg Nasu, the hobby collector, after all. I have no chill, and I know no rest. And unfortunately, I've stopped hanging out with my friends as often because I'm always busy. Okay, so taking away this, you can kind of see that the ears kind of look a lot smaller than they did before, but that's because we positioned them somewhere on the skull that makes a little bit more sense, right? So it's going to become apparent how much of a difference has been made once I draw in the white part again. I'm gonna draw in the white part, and you can see it's like this. But something still doesn't look quite right, does it? Right? Because the fur needs to be spilling forward. So once again, I'm gonna draw the fur spilling forward, and I think we're gonna need some lines here. So I'm gonna take this dark line art color, and I'm just gonna trace over this. And then make line art here, like this. So you can kinda see, if we go back to this where I drew it down here, you can kind of see where this ear is kind of sticking to the shape of the skull, right? Right? Yeah? Yeah, you can kind of see how it's sticking to the shape of the skull. It's the Hot Wheels obsession. No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, yes, it is, but also, I hop hobbies really, really fast, bro. I mean, this could do with some improvement. I could improve this a little bit more, but then that would also require me to use some different colors. So why don't I take this dark purple, because I don't want to introduce too many new colors to this picture, right? I want to use the same palette that the original artist used. So I'm just gonna put some shadows behind the ear here. You know, put some contouring in. Contouring is different from shadows, okay? Be very careful with that. So sometimes when shadows will be cooler, contours will actually just sort of be like a more muted version of the same color. Remember the brief stint where everything was a Gundam? Yes, I remember. Yeah, like this. Anyway, Kiamol Mimi. Kiamol Mimi. The angle on this one is just slightly off, so once again, I'm chiseling away at this just until the angle feels like it is right. And I can't quite get the angle how I want it to look. So maybe I'll just leave it white like this so that you can see the shape a little bit easier. There you go. There you go. You can see the shape of the ears a little bit easier now. And now, if you compare and contrast the thumbnail with this, you can kind of see that the ears are positioned somewhere that makes just slightly more sense. Slightly more sense, because I feel like I kind of botched it. And also, I believe you use like an airbrush of some sort to make the white on the ears not so aggressive. I don't think I have that spray brush. I don't think you have the same spray brush. Or rather, I don't think I have the same spray brush. So I'm just gonna do this. Alright, next thing for us to work on. Next part. This neck, I kind of personally like it if the neck is just a little bit thinner. And because there will be a shadow, I think it would be nice for this entire neck area to just kind of draw out the shadow a bit, you know? You know, get rid of this contour line here, and kind of let the shadow on the neck speak for itself. Kind of make the line out like half here, right? So it really does sort of look like the shadow is being cast. A small nitpick, the collar. What do you mean the collar? I haven't gotten to the collar yet, right? Okay, so I think the head area is like already really solid. Jaina did such a good job on the head area to begin with. So we're gonna leave the head area there. So the next thing that I want to draw attention to is this tail. This tail is so small. No offense to me. This tail, somebody shaved my tail. So you're gonna go get some rest, puppies? No worries, bro. No worries, bro. Thank you so much for the raid again. And I might suss out your Twitter account. Hold on, I'm gonna drop you a follow now, and I will suss out your Twitter account later to see the Pepega thing you've been drawing. Yeah, we want a large tail. Welcome back from dinner, J9. Welcome back from dinner. So, if we want the large tail, first I'm gonna get rid of this little baby pissy tail. Wait, that was kind of mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to call your baby pissy tail a baby pissy tail. Wait, I mean, I didn't mean to call your tiny tail. You're gonna be heading out as well, Kine? No worries, bro, no worries. Thank you so much, Kine, for always being so kind. I gotta stop using that joke, bro. I gotta stop using that joke. Please have a great day, Kine. Is it Kine or is it Kane? Have I just been like pronouncing your name wrong this whole time? Yeah, you focus too much on making it wag. No, honestly, I get that, right? So here is the fun, neat part about the color blocking method. So I'm going to... you submitted 2 drawings. That's all good. If you don't mind, I might skip your second drawing just so that everybody's drawings have a chance to be featured today. It's Kane, but I say... Ah! I knew it! I knew I was saying it the wrong way. Okay, can you forgive me? Okay, so... always. Alright, perfect. Probably not after that. Well, speaks for itself, you know? Okay, so here's a very, very cool thing about the color blocking method. So I'm gonna make a new layer on top, and I always had trouble pinpointing where to draw the tail. Because like, what shape is a tail? Tails are like... tails are like this shape, right? If you want to draw like, you know, the really nice looking anime tail, it kind of like tapers like this. I don't know, this is a fox tail. Wolf tails kind of look more like this. Wolf tails kind of look more like this. But the point is, like, this part of the tail, this part, the stem area of the tail will always be small, right? Yeah, tails are mostly different. Okay, I'll see you soon, Kane. Right? So it always like funnels outwards, right? And so when you're drawing Kemomimi especially, Kemomimi characters especially, like, where do tails come from? I've seen tails like a long noodle covered in fur. It's with how thick the hair is. Correct. Oh, puppies, thank you for the follow as well. Okay, so let me just quickly draw a diagram, right? So where do tails come from on Kemomimi? So imagine this is a back and this is a butt. Don't look at the naked butt, okay? This could be anyone's butt. Right? This is a naked butt. I really wish I knew how to draw the skeleton structure underneath, but we're just gonna have to take this. We're just gonna have to take my word for it, okay? This butt-looking ass, right? It's kind of a flat butt, unless you want me to give it like extra jiggle cake, but I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, so did you know that humans have this very, very neat thing called a tailbone? And it's like right there. Have this very, very neat thing called a tailbone, and it's right there. So it's resting just above your butt, So it's kind of like here, right? It's like it's at the very bottom of your spine, right where it joins in with the pelvis. So like if I had to draw it into a triangle, it would be a triangle here, right? I mean, I've seen people draw kemomimis where their tail like comes from like the middle of the back. Honestly, kind of scary. I don't like that. So we're gonna follow my method, okay? So if you're looking at the back, tail comes from here. Isn't it a spine end? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shiki, good evening. Welcome, welcome. How am I? I'm teaching people how to draw tails. Split the spine in two. Stop talking about sticking out your gap. This is very educational, which is why when you draw Kemomimi tail, because it comes from the tailbone kind of like curls a little bit this way, right? It's kind of like an end spot. We don't really have a tail. So when you draw a tail, first you want to draw a very, very thin rat line. Very, very thin line to be like, okay, so this is the direction the tail is going. And then, like with the color blocking method, you kind of just give it more fur. You just kind of give it more fur. Remember, it tapers at the very end, and the tail will always sit just above the butt. Like that. Yeah. And that is how I usually draw a tail. So, you might be wondering, Neg, why did you draw this butt? Like, Cause we're not looking at the tail from the backside right now, right? We're not looking at the tail from the backside right now. Why did you draw that? It's because I wanted to first visualize where the tail goes, and now that that cloud looks like a butt. Stop that! Stop looking at my butt cloud. Now that we know where the tail goes, from the very back, right? Now we can start to sort of like map that out onto our front-facing character. So if we just go back to basic building blocks again. So like I said, right, this works for all sorts of art styles. If we go back to basic building blocks again, we have our circle, which is the head. And then we have a cylinder, which is the neck. And then I think like the body is kind of like an upside down cone shape, kind of like a cup. So we're just gonna draw the upside down cone shape body like this, right? Body like this. I'm gonna fix up the body proportions as well in a bit, because some of the positioning is a little bit awkward. Just like remember, okay, no matter what art style you're drawing with, generally physics will always take place. So like make sure you remember weight and stuff, because like right now the stance is a little bit tall, so I'm going to just sort of like draw shapes. You see, that's a cylinder. This arm here is a cylinder. It's a cylinder. Right? And the hand is a sphere. And this arm here is also a cylinder. So we're gonna like draw the cylinder here, and it ends in the sphere. It's a cylinder. Ending in a sphere. Okay, and the legs are also cylinders. And then I guess the shoe is like a weird shoe shape, but let's just put the shoe shape there. Anyway, we have this. Now that we have this, which is the body kind of mapped out, remember it's a lot easier to visualize things in 3D space if you draw with basic shapes. Think of this kind of like you're drawing a mech, actually. Cause like drawing Gundams are literally just block shapes, right? Like cylinders, triangles, rectangles, you know. This is kind of like constructing a robot, you know, made out of that kind of stuff. Once again, another reason why drawing boxes and drawing 3D shapes will help you draw people. Anyway, so if we assume that this part of the cup shape is the front of the body, then we now know that the apron is also misplaced. We now know that the apron is also misplaced. But putting that all aside for a second, I'm just going to pull this out here. you can, whoops. You can kind of see how like I constructed or like reconstructed this into basic shape constructions, right? And so if you assume that this part is the front, then you can kind of, because this is like a cup, upside down cup shape, you can kind of assume that like the back would be somewhere like here, right? It's kind of a shape like this, right? It's actually nice to see how I visualize the structures. You took for granted that I just magic my paintings. Yeah. I mean like I don't usually lay them out like this. So this is actually a first. This is actually a first of me laying it out like this. But like, can you just imagine, right? All of this is going on inside my head while I'm painting. Isn't that wild? Like when someone's drawing, they're doing all of this in their head, because most people don't draw this out after they get experience with it. And like, you know, might as well draw out the structure of the head again. You can see the 3D shape. Yeah. 3D shape. Anyway, so now if you apply the principle of, let's say the tail is like all the way at the bottom, would you say that the tail sprouts from this position? I would say that the tail sprouts from this position. Okay, so now we know where the tail sprouts from. Let's just put an X on this spot. Yeah, let's put an X on that spot. And I'm going to, when do you stop explicitly drawing the construction? I don't think I ever stop explicitly drawing the construction. I go back to construction whenever I get stuck. So I guess you never stop, right? Like it's like an ongoing process where like if you get stuck, you draw it. But if you draw the same thing over and over and over and over again, you're kind of gonna be able to take shortcuts, you know. Like how do I put this? Like if I didn't know how to draw a crab, I would look up a reference picture of a crab and then I would draw constructions on the crab and I'll be like, oh, okay, so now I understand how the shape works. And so once you sort of have like a mental library of how the shape works, you can kind of like, your imagination gets more and more clear, you know? I think something that a lot of people take for granted is that people think that their imaginations are a lot clearer than they actually are. Like if you try to imagine an apple, right? Like most people would say, oh yeah, I know what an apple looks like. And I'll be like, yeah, I also know what an apple looks like. But then what if I ask you, what color is the shadow? Can you describe to me like the rinds on the apple? Can you describe to me like the little pieces of the apple that sort of, I guess like, you know, the stem, the texture of the stem, how it feels to hold an apple? People don't usually consider that. And that's also why I wanted to read more books, right? That's also why I wanted to read more books, because thinking about the way that authors describe things, describe objects, right? How authors describe the apple, it paints a more vivid picture in your head. And so when you're imagining the apple for the purposes of drawing, there's things that you can focus on. Because if you just imagine an apple, like a whole apple, you're imagining a whole blurry apple. But then if I tell you, can you focus on the stem? Then it's a lot easier to sort of like imagine the stem. And then if I ask you, can you focus on the part of the apple skin where, you know, the yellow meets the red and it forms little speckles? Then you can kind of imagine that, right? But if I just if I didn't say that and I just told you to imagine a damn apple, like you're not gonna get that level of detail. And so that's also why, like, you know, you never stop drawing constructions, because you're always learning, you're always taking in more about the world around you. But also, if you draw something enough and you think hard enough about something enough, like you're gonna automatically think about those parts that you usually gloss over. For example, the apple, like the little details about the apple. Like when I think of a hand, like what do you think of, right? What do you think of? You just think of a palm, right? But someone who's drawn a lot of hands and someone who's sort of studied the skeleton structure and the muscle structure under a hand, they're able to imagine a more detailed hand than you. And I think that's what art really is, hey. I mean that's what like stylized art is. That's what drawing without reference is. It's just you're building up a visual library. And so what I think artists, like visual artists do, it's actually very, very similar to what authors do. Things look different when you understand them. Exactly. So my answer to you for like when you stop drawing construction lines is both never and also when you're lazy and when you understand enough. But who's to say how much you understand, right? Because you can always get more detailed. Flabby digits and flabby skin. What about a balls? I mean, a ball is just a ball, right? It's just a perfectly round object. Anyway, isn't it neat? Isn't art neat? Like, art is something that you can always keep improving at. It's very, very neat. Like, an artwork is never done. Anyway, so X marks the spot for where the tail goes. So, marking this X spot here for the tail. Now, I'm going to make another layer on top. Let's color block. Let's draw the tail exactly as we drew the tail up here. So, this is the purple that I'm going to use. Okay, so this is where the tail starts from. Let's make the tail come down here. Yeah, like that random tip when it comes to shading, don't use a darker color of the one you're trying to shade. Instead, try different colors that are contrast to the color you're trying to shade. Yes, correct. We went over that with the tomato. That is probably a better way than I explained it. So once again, we construct the tail like this. Constructing the tail like this. And J9 wanted me to wag the tail, right? So my tail wouldn't be down like this. A wagging tail is more like this. Yeah, a wagging tail is more like this, because the tail is upwards. So you just kind of want to draw the tail like this, and then maybe draw the wag lines, right? Oh, Yusufe, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, bro. Thank you. Let's get a shout out to Yusufe. Welcome. Oh, you were also doing art. Would you like to show some art? Thank you so much for the raid. So, I guess in order to explain to everyone what I am doing today is I got a bunch of viewers to send in their pictures, and I'm giving advice on how to visualize and sort of like how to bring out the potential in the pictures, right? So, yeah, we're getting part 3. It's official. We're getting part 3, and so I just went through the whole like how to construct, you know, a body for any art style. You kind of imagine it in terms of 3D shapes. And I was just showing everybody how to draw a tail. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. You don't have much to show, but you appreciate the thought. No worries, bro. Honestly, like, I get really self-conscious as well. Yeah. Like, I'm not a professional. I am just somebody who thinks a lot about art. Like, my IRL profession is programmer. But I guess, like, if you think about it, I'm kind of approaching art like a programmer, right? Like, breaking it down and everything, backwards engineering it. Like, I think, like, for people who want to get better at art, like, what really helped me was I would stare at other people's artworks and I'll be like, how did they do that? And for artworks that as a kid, I was like, oh, nah, I'll never be able to do that. I think over time, you kind of get a sense for how to break things down, right? Part 3 means more art tips and you're here for it. Hopefully I don't run out of art tips. I'm like, once again, I'm trying to get better at art so that I can make these streams better for you guys. Yeah. Backwards engineering. And even art that like you don't necessarily like too much, you can also backwards engineer as well. Like when I look at something that someone drew, even if I'm kind of like, oh, you know, I don't necessarily want to draw like that, I think it's always good to sort of be like, oh, how did they achieve this? And what does the space in this picture imply, right? Our eyes are funny things. Okay, here's a fun fact. Did you guys know that the one true perspective is actually 5-point perspective, right? Because when we look around a room, we're not looking at a flat horizontal strip that follows the same vanishing point, right? When we look around, our field of view is actually curved. Yeah, our field of view is actually curved. Because the way that we're able to rotate our heads is kind of like this, right? So it actually kind of curves like this when you turn your head around to look at a scene, right? If it's just left to right, this is the shape that you're actually seeing instead of this shape. And this is something that I just learned this week. Did you know? Did you know? Yeah, this is something that I just learned this week. So I'm like constantly trying to improve because I did not used to know this. So once again, please take all of my tips with a grain of salt. You need to go get lunch? No worries, bro. No worries, bro. Hopefully I don't give you any wrong advice. How is that the one true? Isn't it another approximation? It is another approximation, but it is the most correct approximation. At least the most correct to visual language, right? The most correct to life, the closest approximation to what we actually see in life. It's clearly 6-pointed. No, there's like 5 different vanishing points. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 5? See? It's like... I don't know, man. Wait, I probably did something wrong there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. What in the world did you walk into? You walked into Neg Nass's art class, where not a professional artist, a hack artist teaches people hack tricks. Yeah, our vision is warped, right? You feel a camera transform is a closer approximation, but you don't actually know much. And also, this is a thing for 3D modelers. Just be aware and just be careful about your 3D software, because sometimes the perspective in your 3D software is incorrect. I can't explain why. Is our local box expert in? Is Nyang here? Is our moderator Nyang here? Yeah, we have a local box expert. I would shout him out, but he doesn't stream. But if you look in our moderators list, there is NYN_K, and he is our local box expert. So if you want to know about perspective, he can teach you. Perspective is something that I personally am awful at. I would say if I had to pick something that I'm the most confident with, it would be colors and contours and shadows. Yeah, he's our token box expert. But at that point, I'm replacing perspective rules for art with matrix transforms. That is correct, yeah. No, essentially, perspective rules for art, they are matrix transforms. But like, obviously, right, there's use cases for all sorts of different perspectives. It's just that, once again, right, like, similar to different brushes, similar to different palettes, similar to different lighting techniques, like, what looks good in art is also not necessarily what's correct, right? I wish I had an example for this, but I don't actually have an example for this. What is correct is not always what looks best. So if you look at some really nice looking anime pictures, sometimes you can see that the pose is super duper exaggerated. And also, if you watch TED Talks with models, I think like I watched a TED Talk like a really long time ago. It was a professional model, and she was talking about her experience as being a model, right? Like, models actually have to contort their bodies to the extreme to take some of those photos that look completely natural, right? And so technically their bodies are doing something that's incorrect. And similarly in art, right? A lot of natural looking contortions, what looks the best is not what is correct in the natural world. Right, there is beauty to be found in mistakes. And so, you know, like, Impressionism is literally about giving a vibe instead of being true to life. Anime is not true to life, but anime looks good. Anyway, so the thing with perspective is, like, I'd say the use case for the warped perspective, like this one, right, is if you want to portray, like, you know, maybe more of a personal feeling with your artwork, if you want to make it feel more like a scene, you know, if you want the audience to feel like they're actually there, then that's the perspective you would use. Whereas with your normal sort of, like, you know, 3-point perspective, technical drawings use it very well, and also you would use this for like a sense of distance and space. You know, the normal, like, really rigid perspective, It's very good for technical drawings. It's also very good for backgrounds. Background artists usually use this one because it's stable, right? It presents stability. And of course, like, you see a bunch of artists, they use fisheye lens perspective as well. They do like this funny thing, you know. It really depends on if you want your art to look like it was captured by a camera, they'll use this, or if you want to make it look more like, you know, natural eye perspective. Camera lenses. Just different kinds of camera lenses. Toho anime episode in warped perspective would go crazy. Honestly, it would. I'm pretty sure it exists out there. Like, it definitely exists out there. Like, it reminds me of the 360 videos, right? God, can you imagine an entire 12-episode anime that is in 360 mode? Like, you can actually, like, look around it? I have no idea how that would work, but that would be insane. Yeah, it's like JoJo poses. Exactly. JoJo poses are so not correct, but they look so good. You made a drawing of a ball. Ooh, this is a nice drawing of a ball, actually. Yeah, that would cost a horrendous amount to make. Yeah, this is a very nice drawing of a ball. This is very, very nice. If I want to make one critique though, this shadow kind of suggests that the ball is flat because the light is hitting this way, right? In reality, the shadow would actually converge here. In reality, this would be the brightest part. And then it would feather out from there. Yeah. Just making sure. Yeah. Because like this shadow right now, it looks too much like a straight line. I mean, it depends on where your light source is coming from, right? Like if your light source is coming from here, then like if it's so soft, right? Then if you want it to be soft, then the shadow wouldn't be so hard. You know what I mean? Like the shadow would sort of be like a lot softer, and it would sort of come out like this. Whereas like this, doing it like this, that would cast a darker shadow and a more prominent shadow like that. Yeah. Be very, very, very careful. Be very careful about how concentrated your light is. Because not only do you have to make sure you know what direction the light is coming from, you have to make sure you know how concentrated it is. Very nice though. I actually haven't thought about this. I haven't thought about light concentration in a long time. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing that back to me. Yeah, this is a very, very nice ball drawing though. It's very, very nice contours. It's just one little thing. I didn't mean to like pick out your mistakes, right? The fact that I only had one thing to say means that it's really good. Your ball drawing attempts, it's all coming back. Yeah, lighting is really hard to understand. Lighting is also another one of those things where like what is correct isn't necessarily what looks good. So like feel free to play around with lighting as well. Alright, back to the tail. So we know that the tail comes from here and the tail sort of like tapers a little bit. So let's just like make this yam looking shape. Let's make this yam looking shape with this tail. Okay, now that we've made this yam looking shape, we can just erase away the parts of the tail that we do not want, like this, because it is in the way. Because we have the body blocking it, right? And so like this whole entire body, after I've drawn the construction lines, the head makes sense, right? The head makes sense here. But you also notice that the body is looking a little bit flat, right? So what do we do about that? We simply draw on top. So once again, I think the easiest one to start with is the apron. So I'm gonna color pick the apron. And I'm just gonna do this because the apron should be here. It's gonna come down here and it'll be like this. And also this part should not be showing. because the body is tilted this way. It is a little bit of a shame though, because we're losing some of the details that J9 made. So I'm actually just gonna cut this out. Yeah, we're losing some of the small details, so I'm just gonna cut this out. Cut this out. Okay. I'm gonna put this here. Okay. And I'm just gonna move it. I'm just gonna move it. Yeah, we have a daily box drawing channel on Discord. If you would like to join the Neg Nassifying Discord, we have a channel where we draw boxes every day. Yeah, we're cheering each other on the daily grind. Technically, you don't always have to post boxes in that channel. You can post anything you want. It's just a daily grind channel. But yeah, if you want to, you can share your daily grind with us, because it's always a lot easier to go through your daily grind with somebody else there, you know? Okay, so I've just cut out this apron, shifted it so that it's in line with the cone that I drew underneath, the construction cone. And now I'm just gonna... Oh, Metal Death, good evening! Welcome, welcome, welcome! You're the wrong person to represent that channel, but you think it's neat. No, there's no such thing as a wrong person to represent that channel with. There's no such thing. As long as you are drawing boxes, and as long as you are, you know, making efforts towards something, anything, you know, take it one day at a time, 1 week at a time, because we all work at our own pace, and, like, mental demons are kind of hard to destroy. As long as you are doing your best, you know, then I am happy. Then you deserve to be in the Vox channel. So once again, I'm just filling things in. God, filling things in to match this cone shape is like kind of like taking a lot out of me. There's also an arts and crafts channel if you just want to share something. Yeah, there's also an arts and crafts channel if you simply just want to share something and you don't want to be on the daily grind. Welcome back, Trollius. I hope dinner was great. Yeah, I just don't want to change too much of the original art, which is why I'm sort of like shifting it around, because I don't trust myself to draw like J9. Okay, I'm gonna lower the opacity of my construction lines because it's kind of getting in the way. Getting in the way. Okay. This arm, as you can see, it is a little bit misplaced. So, once again, select that, make it a little bit bigger, and just kind of... Right now, I'm just matching it to my construction lines. Like so. Like this. Like this. That's a cute tail. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow! Oh, the tail fix is already visible. And this one as well, remember to move it to the front of the cup cylinder. And now, what we have here is... a picture. Just gonna wrap this part around the sides. And also make the outline here a little bit thicker. I feel like I've spent too much time on this one because we kept going off into tangents. Also, yeah, this entire arm, I'm just gonna redraw it. Because the shape perspective on it is a little bit off. Man, having the correction lines there kind of getting in my way. Kind of getting in my way, but that's okay. Okay. We're gonna take away the correction lines, and as you can see, it's looking a lot more in perspective now, right? I mean, these feet also need to be moved too. So much to move. Speaking of which, you're curious, have I seen some of your custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Have I had any thoughts on them? I am not well versed in Yu-Gi-Oh, so I unfortunately cannot share any thoughts. I'm sorry, bro. I genuinely have zero thoughts about Yu-Gi-Oh. But hopefully, you know, there might be someone around here who can help. So these two shoes the pair of shoes here kind of imply that the feet are facing the same direction, and that is a little bit awkward. So I'm just going to rotate these shoes. While also remembering, you know, the direction that they're facing, yada yada yada. And just like that, I have rotated this shoe successfully. You just have to remember directions that things are facing. Okay, I think on the shape front for this picture, everything has mostly been settled. Sorry, I'm just gonna add some white back into the tail. Right there. Another face in perspective equals a new shape to add. Correct. And also, if you think of it this way, right? The human body and our clothes is just ever expanding new shapes, right? It depends on how many shapes you want to break the body down into. But we are just a collection of many little shapes. So, let's add the outline to this, add the outline here, add the outline here. And there's still something a little bit awkward about this shoulder, so I can't help. I don't know how to say words about this that can explain my thought process. Sometimes you just do, you know? Sometimes you see something and you just think it's wrong. And you just kind of fix it. You know, sometimes you just do. Also, the shirt has an opening. It's not just a straight collar. There is actually a crew neck cut in this shirt. So I'm going to open up that crew neck cut. And this hand probably should be a bit bigger. And there you have it. The Neg Nasu is now in perspective. Yay! Somewhat. There you have it! Neg Nasu is now like facing the correct way. If you look between the thumbnail and the original. Yeah, I rotated the entire body. Alejandro, good evening. Welcome. Alright, so that is the thing about the body. The next thing that I have a bone to pick is with the color of the grass. Actually, no, it's not with the color of the grass. It's with this peanut. But also with the color of the grass. No, actually, yeah, it's with the color of this grass. I hate the color of this grass. First of all, it kind of looks like I'm on the top of a hill, which I think could be nice, but like if you kind of sort of trace the shape of this hill, the shape of this hill kind of looks like this. Like, it's a bit sharp, isn't it? So I think my next step is to soften the slope of the hill. Okay. Now the hill has been softened. See, like now it doesn't look like the hill is so sharp. Grass is greener on the other side. I think this grass is too green, actually. Actually, funny that I think this grass is too green. Like, unfortunately, I'm not good enough at color theory to explain why this grass is too green, but this grass is too green. Like, it clashes next to the purple. Like, yeah, actually, you know what it is? It clashes next to the purple. Like, I'm putting this green next to the purple, and it's so bright. Like, it's so aggressive. Yeah, it's so lime, right? So, right now, this grass is actually closer to blue than it is to yellow. So if you want the RGB value of this grass is 32R, 207G, and 80B. We want there to be a little bit more R. So I'm going to make it more yellow, like this. And the color of the grass, like this, just kind of makes it a little bit friendlier, right? Like this color feels a lot friendlier, and it looks a lot more like grass instead of toxic sludge. Oh no, I'm being mean. I feel like I'm being really mean. Yeah, I feel like I'm being really mean right now, but now, you see, like, grass in the natural world, it will always lean a... So, you want to know why this grass looks more comfortable to look at, and why this grass reads as more grassy than the lime toxic green? Because this grass is closer to blue, right? In the natural world, the sun is like yellow. And so, because the sun is exerting its yellow light onto everything, it's automatically going to make the grass more yellow looking, which is why when it's a little bit more yellow, it looks more lush and it looks more natural. I'm really nitpicking grass. I am. I touch enough grass to know what grass looks like. Okay? You would make it less saturated as well. Actually, I think this saturation... I personally think that we can work with this saturation level, but the thing is that it needs shadows, right? It needs shadows. Like, I'm completely cool with this saturation level because I have a plan. Okay, so now the next thing that I have a bone to pick with is this blue. The next thing I have a bone to pick with is this blue color. This blue color is nice. It is a good sky blue color. But if you look at pictures of the sky, right? Like, you know, sky... Let's look at the Windows XP screensaver. Windows XP screen, right? You think the saturation was the only issue with the original grass? Well, funny you say that, because all I did with this grass was I didn't change the saturation level of the grass at all. In fact, I made the grass even more saturated. Yeah, I actually saturated the grass even more compared to the original. Wait, no, it's the same saturation level. Okay, it's the same saturation level. All I did was made it more yellow. Isn't that neat? Yeah. Anyhow, it's all about contextual lighting, right? So let's take a look at this Windows screensaver for a second. First of all, I really... This is so fake. Such a fake hill. Even though it's real, but I don't know why. Because I've seen this like Windows background so much that it looks fake to me. So the first thing that stands out to me when comparing the color of the sky between this Windows screensaver, sorry, this Windows background, and this, is that first of all, the sky is not always one blank color. And second of all, the sky gets more saturated towards the top, and then towards the bottom, it gets a little lighter and less saturated. So let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. You never considered how much modifying RGB values in the specifics make all the colors cohesive with each other. Yeah. So let's do that. Let's get rid of the clouds first. We'll bring the clouds back, okay? We're gonna bring the clouds back eventually. Honestly, like, I'm actually really happy to Nassify this picture because J9 told me to do whatever the hell I want. I actually really like the concept of this picture to begin with. Like, I think it's super duper cute, and I am a huge sucker for, you know, daytime grass, blue sky scenes. Also, yeah, another issue with the sky was the fact that the clouds were too low down. Okay, let's put that hair back. Okay. Okay, we put the hair back. Now, yeah, the sky, yeah, the grass is a little saturated, actually, you're right. I do think though, the saturation probably can be fixed if I just make the shadows a bit blue, a bit less saturated, and sort of like brush some shadows everywhere, kinda like this. Yeah, and because the sky is like really, yeah, let's have the sun beam down from this angle. Yeah, that's gonna be our shadow angle, and then we'll add a shadow to the peanut as well. And sort of just generally have this, because blades of grass are it's a bunch of blades of grass, right? It's not just one flat patch. Because it's not just one flat patch, you kind of want to vary the colors in the grass a little bit, kind of like this. And also, I'm gonna blend the sky into it a little bit because it's a little bit unnatural that the grass would just cut off like that with a lump. So I'm gonna blend the sky into it just a little bit. Yeah, peanut shadow, let's go. Peanut shadow. I'll get to the peanut eventually. Don't worry, the peanut will have its time. The peanut will see its time in the limelight, so to speak. Oh, thank God it wasn't a tomato. Actually, I think the grass could even be more yellow. Funny that. I think the grass could do with being a bit more yellow. So I'm gonna make the grass a little bit more yellow as well. Just to get across that, you know, the beaming sunlight. Get across the beaming sunlight vibes. I also reduced the saturation a little bit because, yes, the person who said that it was too saturated, I feel you. Now it's a peanut. No! No! There we go. Okay, so now my next issue is the sky. Remember this Windows picture towards the top, more blue, towards the bottom, brighter? I think this color is great for the lightest, brightest color. But, once again, the sky is a varied creature. So, I'm gonna take my favorite pen, or one of my favorite pens, this brush, woohoo! And I'm gonna brush in the sky. At the very top, this deep blue color, and sort of like blend it downwards as I go. Yeehaw! Once again, I'm really sorry that I can't really explain my color, my color choices. I really wish that I could explain my color choices better. Sky is a creature? Sky is alive? Yes, sky is alive. Look at it go! Look at this creature go! See? Look at how vibrant this sky looks now. Simply just some variation in the color can bring out the vibrancy, because colors are all relative to each other, you know? There's no such thing as a bad color, no such thing as a good color. Because as long as the colors are... It's just like people, bro! As long as you are where you belong, surrounded by the people who make you the best version of yourself, you too can look like a really beautiful, vibrant color. So cringe. Kinda like that though. It's cute. You can be the best version of yourself. Like this. If the sky is alive, the hills are alive with the sound of the sky. Who let me cook? I did! I cooked! I cooked for myself! Well, who cares if I'm cringe? Anyway, it is time to Nassify this peanut! I think this peanut needs a hard shadow down here. So let's give this peanut like a hard outline just down here. Oh my god, I'm zooming in so much, you can see all the pixels. And of course, the lighter color, because this is where the light source is coming from. And then we zoom out. Oop, accidentally pulled out the layer properties thing. We'll put that back. You can see everything. Actually, this needs to be more yellow. See, that's too not yellow. Because everything else around it is saturated. If the bright color here is not as saturated as everything else around it, it's gonna look really odd. So there you go. There's a peanut. I'm gonna fix up my hand here. Alright. Now, the original picture had clouds, didn't it? Yeah, the original picture had clouds. So let's put in some clouds. So what do we know about clouds? So this is something that I do a lot when I'm stuck on how to draw something, right? I'll look at a reference picture and I'll actually trace the reference picture, but not to put in my art, okay? Okay, do not trace the reference picture to put in your art. That is plagiarism. If you look at how these clouds look, it kind of looks like they're flat, right? It kind of looks like they're going in this direction. It kind of looks like they're following a box like this, right? Because if you outline the shapes of the clouds, yeah, if you outline the shapes of the clouds, right? No plagiarism. Don't do a plagiarism. Bad. You kind of have an understanding of how the clouds look, right? So you have like these ones that are kind of like this. Yeah, the background of your childhood. The background of my childhood too. I think if you want to look at the most classic cloud, right? The most classic clouds are up here. They're kind of like, you know, fluffy shaped. Oh! Oh, Cronky Sonzu! Thank you for the gift sub, bro. Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you. Aussie Alice, I hope you enjoy your funny emotes. Don't tell your best friend. Wait, why? Why not tell your best friend? What? Is it because you didn't gift the sub to your best friend? Yeah. So I'm outlining this cloud here. And as you can see, it kind of looks like a map of a fake country that doesn't exist. Kind of looks like a map of a fake country that doesn't exist. But one thing that you might notice is that there are parts of the cloud that, yeah, there are parts of the cloud that are brighter than others. And so you can kind of see where the fluffy bits gather, right? Like this. They're like, clouds are kind of bullshit. No offense. Wait, full offense. Clouds are kind of... Yeah, actually full offense. Clouds are kind of bullshit. They look so fake. Clouds are so fake, bro. They're so made up. Like, look at this. This is so made up. Anyway, I'm looking at these clouds and I'm like, these clouds look so made up. So I'm gonna make up some clouds as well. Clouds have no forms. Yeah, they don't. We live in a simulation. These clouds are so made up, bro. Proof? Proof? You want proof that we live in a simulation? I'll give you proof. These clouds are so made up. Look, all I have to do to make a cloud is just draw a blob and draw some more blobs next to it. And make sure the blobs are like evenly spaced apart so that they don't look sus. The lies of the sky, honestly. So I'm one of these days I'm going to figure out how to draw clouds properly, or I'm gonna figure out how to explain how to draw clouds. But pretty much what you see me doing, making the clouds look like they're going into distance, because actually yes, clouds do have perspective. There are some clouds that are traveling into the distance. So that's what I'm doing. The shape of the actual cloud, I don't know, bro. It's so made up. It's so made up. Bob Ross over here. It's so made up, bro. Just like chisel in some contours for your cloud. Right? Just like take the sky color and chisel in some funny contours. There you have it. Boom. You got clouds. And make sure you draw some clouds going to distance as well. See, at least that part makes sense to me. There we go. Clouds are a liquid, a mess. They're so made up, bro. They're so made up. Have I ever thought the sky was one big window that we can't see through? Yeah, I thought of it like that. You can think of the sky as a box, right? That's why like in game dev engines, the sky, it's literally called a skybox. Cloud shape forms depending on how the wind pushes it. This is true. This is true. But I have not gotten to the point where I consider wind. But it is wild stuff, right? Anyway, so now we have the sky, and we've nassified this picture. I would add shading to this little guy, but I think I'm happy. I think I'm happy with where we've gotten. If you compare the original to this one, you know? So, what did we learn from this one? We learned how to position tails. We learned how to position ears. Just according to, you know, the body structure, we did a bunch of color wizardry that I do not know how to explain, but you just gotta trust me on this one, bro. Source, it came to me in a dream. You just gotta trust me. Came to me in a dream. And we also proved that clouds are so made up. But like, I do want you to pay attention to how I transition my blues in the sky though. Okay? Grass is yellow because of the sky, because of the sun, correct? If you look at the way that I transition my blue, this blue up here is more saturated than this blue down here. And this blue up here is more blue than this blue down here, because the blue down there is more like cyan, right? So once again, I'm transitioning the color hue. I'm transitioning the hue of the color downwards. Yeah, pretty fake clouds. Thank you, thank you. They're pretty fake looking. Clouds are so made up, bro. If you ever look into the sky, yeah, if you ever look into the sky and you see a cloud, I want you to point at it and be like, you're so fake. And if someone ever tells you to look at the clouds, you should laugh at them and be like, ha, look at the clouds? What do you mean? There's no such thing as clouds. Clouds are so made up, bro. Just like birds. You wish the sky was yellow since sunlight is yellow. Yeah, I actually still don't know why the sky is blue. I feel like I learned why the sky is blue, but I haven't. I don't remember. Look at the moon. What moon? Tsuki ga mechakucha yan. Natsume souseki. The bone on the ground looks like a hot pocket. Oh, that's not a bone. That's a peanut. That's not a bone. That's a peanut. Sorry, does this make it more obvious? Clouds were created in 1965 to sell more sky viewing sessions. Yeah, it's a huge peanut. Why do you think I'm pointing at it? Yeah. Oh, look at this peanut. I found a peanut. Air scatters blue light better than other colors. Oh, well, there you go. The sky is blue because the blue hue of our light breaks on our atmosphere, making it visible to us. Okay. So blue is more easily scattered then. Ah, that explains why a lot of bounce light tends to be blue. Huh, okay, understand. Anyway, this picture, I think, is done. So let's move on. I'll put that in stream chat as well. Let's move on. Oh my god, it's already 11:50 and we only got through 2 pictures. Ugh. Okay, next picture was submitted by Loading Response because Google Forms timed me out. Next picture was submitted by Lachy! Whoa! Okay, let's take a look at this picture. Hold on a second, we have to rotate the canvas. Flip canvas, rotate by 90 degrees clockwise. Okay, so this one was drawn on a piece of paper, so I don't think I can overpaint this one. This one was drawn on paper, so I can't do anything for this one. I mean, I can try, but it's not gonna look right. But Lachy's, I will give general advice on this one, okay? But I can't overpaint it. So Lachy said, any advice would be helpful. I know I should try digital art more, but I've always preferred drawing on paper for some reason. I mean, drawing on paper is fine, you know? Preferring to draw on paper is actually completely reasonable because you don't get any of the screen parallax and it feels more tactile, right? This is meant to be based on the Angel with a Shotgun Nightcore video art, but with a Neg pal holding onto an eggplant. This is a good picture. Okay, so honestly, if it's supposed to be based on the Angel with a Shotgun picture, this is actually a really good picture. And here is why. I sound like a YouTuber. This is a good picture, and here is why. So I'm gonna get rid of these holes, right? Because they're gonna be negative space. Remember the thing I told you guys earlier about silhouette? This has a very strong silhouette. Like, it's supposed to be based on the Angel with a Shotgun picture. I think Lachy did an amazing job with this because this silhouette is really solid, right? Remember all the way at the back at the start of the stream when we were talking about the tomato and talking about Flufywalker's Neg pal? This is very good. This is incredibly strong. And I don't have that many comments for this because it's with colored pencil, right? Good job on this, Lachy. Good job. If you wanted one piece of advice though, it would be who's that Pokemon? It's a Neg pal. It would be the same advice that I gave before, but like it's a little bit hard because this is not digital art. But look at the way that you've drawn the legs here. Okay, look at the way that you've drawn the legs here. So the fact that you put this line here on top of the body, it kind of implies that the legs are jutting out like this. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's what you want. Because we've established before that line art is contour, right? So I think what you actually want is for the legs to be underneath the body, right? And so in order to achieve that effect, you need the body to be forward. And that's being suggested by the contour, like this. Other than that, very, very solid. Oh, one more thing as well. Be careful of this eggplant stem, okay? Be very careful. I know that eggplant stems can grow sideways, but once again, similarly, you got a nice cone shape up top. But because the neg pal is pointed this way, so I'm gonna draw the ball again. It always comes back to spheres. So a shaved neg. Imagine if the neg pal was bald. If the neg pal was bald, it would kind of have this shape, right? It would kind of be egg shaped. Right? And so, oh no, not shaved pal again. It's necessary. It's necessary. I have to shave him. I have to shave him to show him. Does this count for no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm teaching. This is a teachable moment. So, once again, neg pal is bald. Egg pal. When are the official anatomical diagrams of an egg pal? As soon as I dissect one. As soon as I can get my hands on a dead neg pal and I can do some autopsy. Do you? Do you? See, like, you wonder why I draw the egg like this, right? And it is because the face is facing this way. This is where the face is. If you can see that, right? Because, like, once again, if we draw this line here, oh, sorry, this line to mark where the face is. This is the middle of the face, right? Because that's the in-between of where the eyes are. So be very, 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 very careful with how you position all of your elements, right? Because the face, especially with a small creature like a neg pal, like if you're drawing something that's like ball-shaped, like all of the other features should be following where the face is, which means that the ears are misplaced. The ears should be here. The stem is misplaced. And the middle of the stem should be there. And the fur should be coming out like this and everything. But I know that you were going for, you know, the angel with the shotgun look. But it's just, you know, be careful with your proportions. You have to, when you're drawing a furry creature, you have to visualize what it looks like underneath as the naked thing. And also the same thing I said before about the tail as well. Remember, what works for a Neg Nassifying tail also works for a neg pal tail. So if you consider this is the bald pal, and then you put an X marks the spot on where the tail should be here. You shouldn't even be able to see the tail. But like, once again, you know, that's if you're thinking in 3D space. And if you were thinking in 3D space, this silhouette would not work. So like, once again, right? What the thing that you did well is also, right? So what is correct is not necessarily what looks the best. Oh, have a good shower, Torashii. So when I draw Joru and Asta, yes, I shave them. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I actually do shave them. Cause like, look. Oh, sorry, that's Shinu. Look. I actually shave her. Okay, so when I was drawing this picture, I'll use a green color to mark out the topology of the face. Okay, so this is the head. This is the head, right? And this is the side of the head per that Andrew Loomis picture that I showed you guys. Okay. And this is the skull where one of the eyes are, and this is the contour of where the nose comes, and this is the mouth, right? And so I actually draw this shape. I actually draw this shape at the very start. And she's bald. Yeah, underneath all this, she's bald. And if this is the top of the head, right, then this is where the hair should be coming from. Because our skulls are like not perfectly round. So this is where the hair should be coming from. So like I sprout the hair out like this. Does that make sense? And also similarly, if you want to look at my picture with Joru, I also drew her bald to begin with. Because that's how you best position the features, right? Yeah, underneath all these clothes, you are naked. Underneath all that hair, you are bald. Return to bald. Like drawing clothes by starting with a naked body. Precisely. Exactly. Okay, back to this Lachy picture. Yeah, pretty much that's all the comments that I have on this picture. Good job, Lachy. I really like the silhouette. Okay, next picture. Next picture was drawn by Fishcat. And Fishcat said, I am here just to have fun. I am just here, have fun. You can do whatever you want. Also, I drew this with a mouse. Oh my god, wait, this looks so good. Wait, this looks so good. Oh, wait, it's so cute. Ah, I need to show you guys. I gotta show you guys. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, I have no corrections for this. This is a perfect picture. This is perfect. Oh, it's so cute. New window. Okay, make this. Oh, whoops. That's wrong. It's so cute. It's so perfect. That reminds you, I didn't actually update the OG thumbnail one. Yeah. I gotta update this one. There we go. Yeah, ears seem misplaced. Yeah, okay, fine. The ears are a little bit misplaced. But also, this is kind of like a squishy, squashy style. Like, this is one of the times when I'm like, oh yeah, you know, art style is really nice. Like, the things that you did well, I really, really like how you used a pink color for the explosion so that you can still see the explosion, but it doesn't take away from the neg pal in the foreground. And also, just the way that you did the shadows, it's so cute. This is so cute. I like this a lot. This is so cute. Like, personally, I wouldn't change a thing, right? Personally, I wouldn't change a thing because I'm a painter, right? I'm a painter, and this is... I like this. I like this. I personally think that the mistakes that were made in this one yeah, it looks really inspired by that Japanese animator guy's art. Yeah. Which Japanese animator? There's many Japanese animators. It looks like the guy that draws all those crazy cats. It looks throwable. Yeah, I don't know what you did, but like you managed to make the neg pal look really squishy. Actually, I do know what you did. So, guys, you want to know what Fishcat did really well. You want to know why this neg pal looks really squishy. It's because of this bump. This bump. And the fact that it like poofs out here as well. Oh, it's just so round. It's so round. Ah! Yeah, it's very squishy marshmallowy. So it's kind of like, you know, the Kiki Booba effect, right? The Kiki Boo effect, where like sharp objects will look more unfriendly and round objects will look more friendly, right? So like I'm also gonna draw a neg pal. This is like common character design thing, okay? Common character design thing. I don't know how many of you guys have heard of this, but it's a very, very, very common thing. But I can't draw a neg pal as cute as this. God damn it. But like, say for example, I draw like a neg pal, really cute and squishy, like this, right? Like this neg pal looks so friendly, looks so stupid. Looks so stupid. And then I draw a neg pal like this, Hold on, that's... And then, I draw a neg pal, like this. Like... One of them looks friendlier than the other, no? Although I kind of like the one on the bottom as well because I like the one on the bottom as well because it looks like he's been shocked. Durian pal, yeah. You wonder if that partly has to do with hackles? Wait, what's a hackle? Oh, erectile head. Oh, right, erect as in like standing up straight. Okay. Erectile hairs along an animal's back which rise when it's angry. Okay. The spiky hair is that dogs get when they're grumpy. Yeah. The one at the bottom sounds like it would yell, "Don't arson!" at me. Yeah. And the one on top is kind of like, "Hello." One is friendly, other one is being electrocuted. I mean, this one is more likely to hug you. This one is more likely to commit tax fraud. But I love them both. I love them both so much. So anyway, man, I'm getting a lot of pictures that I don't want to do any overpainting to because I genuinely feel like this is already the best version that it can be without me changing too much, right? I mean, naturally this is gonna happen. Naturally it's gonna happen. Like, even the little mismatched eyes, the fact that these eyes are mismatched, it gives this picture so much flavor, right? It's so much flavor. Being Australian, you're more likely to assume the top one is dangerous. The bottom one is defensive. It's clearly prey. Beware the animal that doesn't need protection. This is so true, by the way. This is so true. Like, have you heard of a platypus? I mean, of course you have. You're Australian. We're all Australian. Yeah, all of us are Australian. But platypi, they have a toenail that if they prick you with it, you will die instantly because it is so venomous. I love this one so much. Can someone adopt it as your rare pal? Can somebody adopt this one? I love this guy so much. Hello Hannah, welcome. Thank you for the hug, bro. Thank you. God, I love pin boom neg pal. Have you heard of a platypus? Me, Perry the platypus? Perry the platypus. No, this is the Fishcat rare pal. Fishcat rare pal. Thank you, Fishcat, for sending this one in. You see, even like the really saturated green, like Fishcat somehow made this picture with his mouse, and he made it look like a very skilled child's doodle. You know what I mean? The fact that like the color is just a little bit too saturated, the fact that it's like the eye are just a little bit mismatched. Like, everything that makes this picture slightly wonky is what makes it charming. Like, if I tried to fix this, it would not look anywhere near as cute. I guess there's like one thing that was bothering me, but I actually don't know if like moving it will change anything. Maybe like move this hand up. But see, moving that hand up kind of like takes away some of that wonky charm. You know what I mean? This is what I mean by like what, quote unquote, what is correct is not necessarily what looks good, right? Right? Case in point, this. Case in point, this. Yes, this is the definition of scrunkly. I love this guy so much. Oh, I just want to grab a handful of him. He looks so meaty. I just want to grab and throw. You like that? They managed to draw a fish, cat, wolf, eggplant and have it visually read correctly. Right. This is insanely cool. This is insanely cool, Fishcat. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm gassing you guys up so much right now. I'm gassing you up so much right now. It's just this is the perfect iteration of this drawing. I cannot make it any better. Yeah. All right. Next picture. Next picture was sent in by Torashii. Okay, next picture was sent in by Torashii. Okay, let's just download this picture, and while that downloads, let's read the message that she sent in to me. Or actually, no. It's already downloaded. Make a new canvas out of this. And... I'm lagging. Wait, oh no. Okay, I'm auto-saving. Make a new canvas out of this. This one is the thumbnail. And... Oop. I'm just gonna look at the one on top, okay? Or maybe both. Yeah, let's look at both. And take this one and drop it on the original. Okay. Yeah, this drawing is really nice. I honestly, I really like the glasses sitting on top of head. I really like that part of your character design. It's very cute. It's very simple, but it's also unique. Like, I have never seen a character design where sort of, you know, the defining feature is the fact that she wears her glasses up here and she has no face. Like, this is peak character design. I hope you keep this character design well into the future. That is so clever. That is actually so clever. You know, it really gets across the idea that you are just a regular girl without making your character design generic, you know? Like, you are colored just like a regular girl. But that one unique element of no eyes plus glasses on head, it's really good, okay? It's really good. You can see this as a sticker on a high school girl's rucksack. Right. Like, this looks like a marketable character, like a, you know, Torashii-chan or like Megane-chan, you know? Anyway, so Torashii's message says, I want to drop in the speed painting progress for this picture. Oh, so she's got... Oh, okay, so she uploaded speed paint of it. Because I think my process is not the most effective. I don't sketch or make a lot of guidelines or anything. Maybe the process is affecting how I perceive and approach how I draw. Wait, she's in the shower right now, isn't she? Oh, wait, Torashii's in the shower right now. Wait, actually, yeah, Torashii might come back in a bit, so I'm going to bench this one. And I'm gonna get back to it when she gets back from the shower, okay? Because I think I think these these are advice overpainting sessions are most effective when the person who sent them in are present. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. Yeah, so this one's benched, okay? Just remind me when she gets back. Okay, so the next one is from someone who's actually here. Ah, one of you guys who are here who submitted something. Oh, you sweating? Okay, sweaty. Alright, let me download this one. So, the next one was submitted by Teiyu. It is so long. It is so large. I don't know how the thumbnail is going to show up, but we can try. Oop. Here, create new from clipboard. Okay, thumbnail shows up pretty nicely. Create a new window, canvas workspace. Canvas, new window. Alright, pop that one up here. Okay. And also zoom out. Okay. You uploaded a PSD version. Actually, don't worry about the PSD. I think having it like this is fine. Could you have potentially submitted something even if you had the drawing abilities of a 3-year-old in an earthquake? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As long as it is something that you tried your best on and you want advice on, feel free, bro. I don't know if this is going to be a series, but if you guys would like, I can send you guys the Google form again. Hold on a second. How do I send this? How do I send the Google form to this? This one? This one? Yeah. You can submit as well. Okay. Okay, so this one is sent by Teiyu. So Teiyu said, is there anything in particular you're having trouble with in this picture or art in general, or is there something you'd like me to encourage you on? So, I think I'm decent at sketching, but after all these years, all the rendering steps are a bit of a mystery to me. Choosing colors, finding the best way to apply them, the best way to do line art for pieces that aren't very cartoony. This is my channel banner, which I kinda rushed, but I still tried to get a whole vibe going. Kinda a loose sketch thing, but also a serene landscape? I don't know. Okay. I will say one thing, Teiyu. I think if you wanted a channel banner and you wanted the vibe of a loose sketch landscape, I think you did a good job of sort of getting it across with an uncolored character, you know? Although I do want to say the fact that it is a landscape and this entire part of the picture. So this is more of a compositional question, I think. Yeah, like Ditto Master said, right? There is a lot of blank space, and generally for design purposes, right? Like this is all wasted because where it's positioned, it's actually positioned in where the viewer is most likely to look. Like this looks empty, you know? But I guess if it's your channel banner, usually you would want to put your channel name here or something like that. Yeah, that's where the Twitch video goes. I guess that's your use case. That is your use case. But okay, so let's just forget for a moment that this is a Twitch channel banner, okay? let's forget for a moment. Let's have it make sense. So let's just assume that like this whole part is like hollowed out and it's not usable space. If we want to make the character pop a little bit more, unfortunately you will have to color in the character. But one thing I did notice is that this aura color is actually darker than the white that you use for the background. So actually what I would do is I would do this. Maybe I could use the PSD version. Oh well, I mean we're just overpainting anyway. using the PSD would kind of be against the spirit. So actually, you would probably want to cover all of this. Actually, can I just use a selection wand? Ah, heck. Yeah, I can just use the selection tool. So I would personally make this the same color. Because the aura isn't really coming across. It kind of looks like stink lines at the moment. Right, so now the character looks like they belong in the picture more. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That was a little bit mean. I'm sorry. Stink lines. But character looks like they belong in the picture a bit more. Like there's more cohesion here, right? But I see the way that you've colored your grass actually implies that, you know, it's a bright day, right? It's a bright sunny day, which unfortunately means that this color doesn't make sense. So what we are going to have to do about that, what are we going to do about that? We have to bring it back to the original color. We have to bring it back to the original white color. Actually, no, the original white color doesn't even work. Actually, for grass to be colored like this, I believe that the sky needs to be more blue. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That is way too blue. That is way too blue. You want more of a like a cyan blue, kind of like this. Yeah, you want more of a cyan blue, and because now the aura is a lot warmer, right? It's very, very blue. This is very, very blue. But now this kind of fits the color that you have going on for the grass. You should have started with one of those palettes. You suck at choosing colors. No. Honestly, the colors you chose were nice. It's just that one white color that was throwing you off. Like the grass is really, really nice. Okay. So now, if you still wanted the glowy aura, I would suggest taking a yellow, like a really bright yellow, and kind of having this yellow outline the character like this, because yellow will always look really bright on top of anything, right? And then you just kind of like airbrush this yellow outwards, so it kind of looks like you're like a radiating ball of warmth, right? Yeah. It kind of looks like your character is radiating warmth with the yellow, and it also matches the palette of the grass. Okay, so next thing about this sky. Remember the tips and tricks I told you about this, right? Remember this? Sky needs texture. Yeah, the sky needs texture. So we're going to do a similar thing to what we did here, but we can't just pick the colors from here because these are completely different. There's a completely different palette. So I'm going to take this blue sky color And I'm going to just, you know, do my trick of sliding the hue, picking a darker blue color. The aura was just supposed to be like no man's land between you want a loose sketchy vibe and a soft watercolor vibe. Ah, okay. Understand. So we don't necessarily have to have that aura. Okay, that's good. I can go free reign of this one then. Okay, so I'm gonna use my square brush again. And we are just going to do exactly what we did before with the other sky. And blend this sky in with the rest of the sky down here. Actually, this blue up here might be a little bit too dark, so I might cyan it up a little. Yeah, there we go. Because remember, sky gets less saturated as it gets down to the bottom, and more saturated and darker up top. Don't be afraid to... Don't make it just one singular gradient. Don't be afraid to mix in like different hues of blue, right, throughout, because that gives it more texture. And a simple gradient kinda, I don't know, kinda not tasty enough. Yeah, science of your eyes. And also, especially if you're using a brush like me, make sure, if you're using a brush similar to me, make sure you're not like varying your brush strokes, okay? Like, you can see that I'm mostly dragging my brush across horizontally. And that is because I need the lines to look consistent. And that kind of creates harmony. Because if I was like just going haphazardly like this, right? Like it would look strange. But you are afraid. Well, stop being afraid! Face your fears, run with scissors! Join the Marines! Wait, that was so mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? You don't have to join the Marines if you don't want to. It's very dangerous. Okay, so that blue up top is a little bit too dark for my liking once again, so I'm going to cyan it up. Yeah, there we go. Now that's a nicer cyan. Yeah, so I experiment a lot with colors as well. So once again, don't be afraid of experimenting with colors. If one of them doesn't fit, just pick another one, right? You don't have to overcommit to things. There's absolutely no reason for you to have to commit. Like, yes, you might be afraid, like, oh, you know, I already worked so hard with this color, maybe I should keep it, you know, maybe I should keep it. I think you should, if it looks like shit, it will always look like shit no matter how much you polish it, so it's always better to start from scratch again. Boom! I'm just being real, okay? I'm just being real! I'm just being real! Like, let me tell you a story about when I was playing basketball in high school. Okay, so we've got the sky here. As you can see, you know, gradient comes all the way down. Let me tell you guys a story about when I used to play basketball in high school, right? I mean, there is no such thing as unfixable. You can always make the same composition work. But like, you can't make every color palette work, okay? Some colors just don't work together, and that's fine. It's just like, it's about cutting your losses, you know? So I'm gonna draw the clouds in. You can see the cloud is tinted a bit yellow because the brightest color is actually Teiyu here. So yeah, the whites will be tainted yellow. Villain Neg and her Neg minions. No. It's just like that, okay? When I was playing basketball in high school, like, I was a point guard, okay? I was very short. I was too short to be a center. I was too short to be a forward because, well, forwards kind of need to be inside the square. So I was a guard, essentially. I was like shooting and point guard because we usually don't need to be too tall. And so I was practicing my basketball shooting, right? I was practicing my basketball shooting and I thought that everything was fine. And my friends were too nice to tell me what I was doing wrong. And so the coach came to me and she told me, you shoot like shit. And I was offended. I was kind of like, excuse me? I'm like, but I practice every day, you know? I practice so much. And she's just kind of like, well, yeah, if you keep polishing a piece of turd, it's still gonna be a piece of turd. Look at how easily I can block your shots. And look at how much energy you're wasting. And then she corrected my posture, but I wasn't used to the new posture that she gave me. but it took me half the amount of time to get used to that new posture compared to whatever the heck I was practicing with before. So sometimes like starting from scratch is fine, you know? Like when you pick a color that you don't like, or when you overcommit to drawing something that you don't like, don't think, and you scrap it, don't think of it as like you're wasting your time, you know? Don't think of it as time wasted, and don't think of it as all of your work going to nothing, because all that time you spent drawing that thing that you don't like is you figuring out what you actually want from the picture, you know? Because like I said earlier, our imaginations are so fuzzy, our imaginations are so blurry. Like sometimes you think that you know what you have in mind from a picture, right? Sometimes you think that you know what's good, and you think that a certain thing will work, but like you just don't know until you do it. When we're done, we'll know what to do. Exactly. Anyway, so I've painted in some fluffy clouds. As you can see, like as I'm painting, you know, I'm like selecting the colors from around as well. Also, don't be afraid to use your shortcuts. Sorry for being so mean, by the way. Why am I so mean? I'm sorry. I really don't want to be mean. It's kind of like, I'm sorry for calling it turd, by the way. I would never call any of your art turd. But like, it's mostly me referring to my own art, you know? Sometimes I get super duper stuck and I'm just kind of like, oh, this looks like shit, but I really want to keep it because I worked so long on it. And then like the evil part of my brain, or like the rational part of my brain is like, Neg, stop polishing this piece of turd. No matter how much you polish it, it'll always be poo-poo. And then the sad part of my brain will cry and be like, oh, but I like it. And then like the mean part of my brain will shove the sad part of my brain in a locker and call it a nerd. Don't do it to myself if I wouldn't do it to you. I mean, like, the thing is, I do it to myself because I know that I can handle it, right? I know that sounds really bad, but I do it to myself because like I know where I'm coming from. But like doing it to you guys, like I'm just afraid, you know, because I'm just afraid that someone's gonna hear this and like be super tough on themselves after hearing this, because like I can't account for how every single person is going to take away my message from this. So I don't want to be too mean, you know. It's kind of like intentions lost, I guess. Anyway, here's a bunch of clouds. Here's a bunch of clouds. And I think this picture is looking a lot less empty, isn't it? I really like how you did the grass, by the way. I really like how you did the grass in this Teiyu. I think, I'm not gonna touch this grass, but if you want to bring out some more charm in this picture, you know, like while leaving this area blank, I think you need some foreground elements. So say for example, like, let's put some like, yeah, I like it because it's fluffy, and also you use the soft brush, and the way that you transitioned this green into this green, it's very nice. Like, it paints a really nice picture. Paints a nice picture. And also this soft shadow, I really like that. It sounds bad still. Okay. I'll be a little bit less mean. I promise I'll be a little bit less mean to everyone. No more calling things pieces of turd. So I'm gonna take the darkest color because this is going to be in the foreground, right? You're already too hard on yourself, you need to be changed. Okay, from now on, we're not gonna be hard on ourselves anymore. Or at least I'm gonna try not to be hard on myself. I'm just going to chuck in a bunch of foreground elements. And you can see that by adding foreground elements, it can make your picture pop a lot more. And also, I think, especially if you want to like get across that sort of like wistful energy, you know, that lonely feeling, or even just peacefulness, having these foreground elements, it implies that the camera is far away, right? And by having the camera be further away, you kind of get more of that sense of loneliness. You kind of get more of that sense of distance, right? Yeah, right. So let's have some distance. There's a nice grassy field. How much grass you choose to put in the foreground is up to you. I do know that, like, you know, if it's windy, sometimes little pieces of grass will fly. Like, it's all up to you. Like, I'm personally not very good at putting in foreground grass, but I'm doing the best that I can. It's so weird how much of this stuff you're aware of in some capacity, you just can't access it. Yeah, it's honestly, like, a big part of training on being a good artist is actually training your eye, right? It's sort of like knowing how to identify things that look good. Like, taste is a skill. This is gonna sound really bad, but like, having good taste is also a skill. Or rather, like, knowing how to curate your tastes is a skill. And knowing how to describe your tastes and identify things is a skill. And so, you know, as you're getting better, there are the things that you implicitly know and the things that you notice implicitly. You're going to start noticing them explicitly. You say the same about programming? Okay, thank God. Okay, fine. Having good taste is a skill. Yes, if you have bad taste, then it's a skill issue. Okay, thank God. Thank God. If you want to insult someone's taste, don't do this, by the way. Just say that they have a skill issue. I also think that hey Teiyu, what's your favorite flower? What's your favorite flower, you know? Yeah, taste issue. It's true. Bad taste is skill issue. I feel so mean. Yeah, give me any flower. Give me any flower. Just what's your favorite flower? Because, like, there's a reason why I left the middle empty, right? The middle is empty because this is where the content is going to be concentrated, and I don't want to put anything here that can be distracting. Although opinions are very good and come from a right place by Miss Neg, you can't take most will take it well, so hopefully people will understand that she means what— Ah! You had to put a disclaimer on me! The Neg Nasu opinion disclaimer! Okay, DM me something. Okay. While you DM me that, I'm gonna take a drink of water because I've been talking a lot. God, I love art. I love drawing and I love talking about drawing. Ah, okay, you don't have a favorite flower, but seedlings. Okay, that is going to be a problem. That is going to be a little bit of a problem because seedlings are also green, but I can chuck in some seedlings, right? So Teiyu just DM'd me and they said that seedlings are their brand. So let's put some seedlings here, right? Because I wanted to put a flower in the foreground because I think this picture could benefit from, you know, from having more color to it. But I think seedlings also work. Because look at this. Look at this. Look at this. All I did was chisel out the silhouette of a seedling. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that super cute? So, like, if seedlings are supposed to be your audience, right? Because this is your channel banner and you're a streamer, then it kind of looks like your audience is watching you. You know, watching you from a distance. Yeah, isn't this super cute? And so, because I have the silhouette here chiseled out, or like, once again, like the tomato method, we can go in and we can add extra details to it. Like this. Yeah. Yeah. It's peaceful, right? Super duper cute. Yeah, this little guy. This little seedling goblin. It's super duper cute. And then we can put in some blue as well, because don't be afraid to mix in some blue with your plants, okay? Because it's the bounce light that's coming off the sky. It's a cute little guy. If there's a mod in chat right now, could we also get a shout out for Teiyu? Because we're working on Teiyu's picture now. Teiyu is a streamer, by the way. Did you guys know? Teiyu is an emotional support goat streamer, and he wants his streams to be as comfy as possible and to be a safe space for mental health. Yeah, I mean, I'm working on a picture for your for your channel banner, so might as well. Might as well. So as you can see, like, I'm taking some blue and I'm chucking it onto the leaves, and it kind of makes the leaves look fresher. Like, it makes the greens look more green, right? Also, I don't like the color that I use for the shadows here, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. I think I used too many shadows. And if we take that away, we put some yellow here as well. Just some desaturated yellow. It kind of looks like the seedlings are like picking up water, like kind of cradling some water, right? So maybe we can put some dewdrops. Yeah, cute little dewdrops. Look at these cute little dewdrops. Okay, so you didn't mention a favorite flower to me. That is fine. If you don't have a favorite flower, I'm not going to impose on you. But I simply think that just green. Do you? I simply think that there needs to be more color in this picture. So instead of a flower, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna put a ladybug. I'm gonna put a ladybug on one of these leaves. Yeah, look at that. And suddenly the pop of red brings it out. Like, I don't know what it was, but like there was in art history, right? There was this guy, I think, like back in the day, artists used to like get together on special varnishing days to varnish their pictures when their pictures get was it varnished or like finish their pictures? And it's usually a public event. And so there was this absolute buck wild artist who usually artists, they finish their picture before it's announced on those showcase days, right? On the day of the showcase, or rather the finishing, you know, he goes to his picture and he's like, he takes a dab of red and he just splashes a dab of red right in the middle on the waves. And he's like, look, it's a buoy. And then immediately his piece that was like unremarkable was suddenly drawing everybody's eye. Because look, it's a dash of red in an otherwise really, really blue picture. Isn't that neat? I wish I could tell the story better, but I don't remember it too well myself. But like, you really underestimate how much just a pop of contrast can help, right? You're gonna figure out how to paint cinder block ruins? Yeah, creative fella, ain't he? Right? Okay, cinder block ruins. Okay, I've got a pretty good solution for you. So, what color are cinder blocks? Cinder blocks are kind of like red, right? You thought I was talking about the guy that drew his painting blindingly white. Oh yeah, there's also that. There is also the guy that drew his painting blindingly white. There is that as well. But I'm talking about the behold a buoy guy. Cinder block ruins. Yeah, let's put some cinder block ruins here. I'm just gonna blend that in with the sky like this and like this. See, like, all I'm doing is like blobbing colors in. If you zoomed in on this would not look good at all. And sort of like maybe let's have some embedded in the grass as well. Like, I don't know. All you have to do is like sort of like play with the shapes and negative space, right? And of course have some more embedded in the grass. And maybe draw some like dashes of green to show like vines growing over it. You know, just very, very basic things. Like, one pop of color somewhere can do so much for the perception. See? Kinda looks like a house actually that's been collapsed here. And of course, the cinder block would be there should be one in the foreground as well. Make it a bit more blue because it's out of focus. And also maybe have some of this. Oh, by the way, in case you guys want this brush, I will see if my friend lets me share it, because this brush actually came from a friend. This friend was like, oh yeah, sure, you can use my brush, but I don't know if this friend would appreciate me sharing my brush in public. I just want to be careful with that, you know, because this is not a publicly available brush. Welcome back, Torashii! Welcome back! We're almost done with Teiyu's picture, actually. Anyway, here you go, Teiyu. There are some overpainting tips for you with this picture. You want it? Ask my friend. Yeah, I'll ask my friend for it. I'll ask to see if I'm allowed to share this brush. I just want to be sure, you know. Like, she gives me her brushes to be kind to me, but she generally is a little bit... She's just kind of private about her art. Alright, there you go. I'll post it in stream chat. If you want to study the colors or anything, if you want to color pick this at all. And also, sorry, one more thing. Remember the thing I said about fog? This is such a good place to add fog, bro. You have no idea. This is such a good place to add fog. Check this out. Maybe make it yellow. Check this out. Such a good place to add fog. See? Against that, now the foreground pops just that little bit more. You see that? Such a good place to add fog. Anyway, okay, that's all. That's the last thing that I want to show you. See? Now, if you compare... If you compare the before and after, you can see that by adding the foreground elements, it creates a sense of distance, right? A sense of distance and space. I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't actually like the greens that I used in the foreground, so please do not color pick my greens. Those greens are like way too bright. I like how I did the sky, but I actually do not like how I did the plants in the foreground, so don't copy that. I like how I did the blocks, but I don't like the plants. It's way too green, way too saturated. Alright, moving on to the next picture, which is actually the last picture, which is Torashii's picture! Woo! Torashii picture! Unless I use those greens on a sunny day. Yeah. But even then, you know, like, the shadows need to be more blue then. And I didn't really draw any blue shadows there. Torashii's picture! So, Torashii, while you were in the shower, I was actually raving about how I really liked your character design. Like, this is really, really unique, right? It's such a unique way to portray the sort of, like, you know, every girl vibe. Like, you look like a... Can I say this without sounding mean? Like, I mean this in the best way possible, but you look like a hentai protagonist. Like, you have the hentai protagonist hair. But you don't look generic. And you want to know why you don't look generic. That was the intent. It was the intention. It was the intention. See? She said it was the intention. I understood the intention. No, the thing that makes it not generic, while also helping with the sort of, like, you know, self-insert vibe of this character design, is the glasses. It's the glasses on the head. Like, this is so good at portraying that quirky little bit of character. I have never seen this before. You know? Like, it's such a good portrayal of generic self-insert, I guess, hentai protagonist, while also not looking like every single generic character design, right? Like, it's really, really good. And I just really wanted to let you know that, like, this little piece, this little glasses on the head, genius character design decision. Okay, you see, like, Torashii and I, we're on the same wavelength. We understand each other. She's like, yes, she wanted to make it look like a H protagonist. she's been around long enough. I know her well enough. I'm telling you. Like, if I see Neg pals as like family, Torashii is like a little sister to me. Yeah, you don't understand the analogy. It's just like you're an otome hate protagonist. True. It's just, you know how anime has like the self-insert characters, right? And those self-insert characters, they usually have their eyes blacked out because they want to be self-insert, and they have like, generic hair color and a generally generic character design. So Torashii wanted to portray that sort of ordinary character. But how do you portray an ordinary character without making the character unrecognizable? Because there's gonna be 10,000 different characters that also look like this character, right? She did the next best thing, which was add these glasses. Glasses add to the just an ordinary girl vibe. But this element on the character makes the character unique. I'm sorry, I just keep harping on and on about it. It's just so good. Okay, bro, it's just so good. Your brain is so big. I really like this. Like, you can change this outfit as much as you want, but as long as you keep this head, it's gonna be recognizable. Like, this looks like a sticker set. You could sell this character as a sticker set. There's a gacha character who wears round glasses up there exclusively to make her have a spider-like look. Elements like that to portray things. It's so good. Self-insert into a H protagonist is crazy, but you're not shaming. It's like the characters have goggles on their heads, but glasses instead. Yeah. It's just so cute. Okay, so Torashii, you mentioned that you made a speed paint of this, and you wanted me to comment to see if there's any sort of improvements that you could make to your process, right? Like, is your process inefficient or anything like that? So let's take a look at that. First I just need to pull up the link. Hold on a second, I need to go back there. It was number 12. Okay, so it is a MOV file. Can I download this file? Okay, I can download this file. Okay, let's watch this together. Okay, so it's an Ibis Paint file. Yep, so you're just like straight up drawing everything on and everything like that. Okay, that's good. You're like going over the lines again at the very end. And then you add that. Okay. Oh, the Torashii Neg file. Cute. Oh yeah, and then you add that. That's really cute. Okay, so Torashii, you know what I'm gonna say, right? You know exactly what I'm gonna say, right? To improve your process. The color blocking method. You should paint. So I like the outfit too. I'm not a huge fan of girly K, but like, it looks good on you, you know? Like, I think girls who can pull off girly K are really cute. Like, I like looking at it, but I personally wouldn't wear it. Art criticism ASMR. The color blocking method. I guess, like, I don't need to explain the color blocking method. But if there's any improvements that I would make to this, it would probably be in the color palette, actually. Because, like, the pose itself and everything is, like, you know, very cute. You don't actually know how color blocking works. The shirt problem solved. No, but the problem is this outfit is actually cute, though. It's not an ugly outfit. I'm just saying it's not my style, but I can appreciate it, you know? The shirt analogy strikes again. Okay. How would I explain the color blocking method to you? I mean, it's literally just sort of like you draw a silhouette, right? And then you sketch and stuff like that. Honestly, brain power is running a little bit low, so I'm just going to give you the basic simple things that I see about this picture. First of all, I'm going to take away this background, and I'll put this background back. First of all, wait, actually, actually, there's an uncolored version of it right here. Okay, what am I doing? Alright, check this out. I'm going to select this. I am going to cut this out. And I am going to use convert brightness to opacity. Very, very, very neat trick in CSP. And then I'm going to put this back. Okay, so my main issue with this picture here is the color palette. So, first of all, this pink kind of makes the character look flat. Like, you don't want the character to blend into the background so much. So, if you want to keep this pink here, you should probably make it a more of a pastel pink. Or I might even suggest make it peach colored instead. Oh no, peach colored still. Make it this color, right? So now the character stands out a bit more. If you must have it be pink though, might I suggest a more bold magenta? Because once again, you want the background to contrast with your character. Otherwise, everything's sort of just going to blend in together. You know? Like if you look at the thumbnail, if you just... And even white actually would be good for this. Even white would be good for this. So if you look at the thumbnail now, right? Like, the one on the left, the character definitely pops out a bit more. And also, yeah, a magenta background is a lot. So like, I'm trying to find like a good middle ground for the background without it just being white. Like having the character be brighter than the background is a good tried and true method. But the pink color that you used before was just a little bit washed out, you know? So if you can go for like an even more saturated pink, but pink is a pretty hard color to pick. How does blue look? But Torashii likes pink though. Torashii wants pink though. Blue is nice. I personally like coloring with blue. Yeah, the bold magenta makes the clothes look more whitish. Was this pastel pink the one that you like? Yeah, this pastel pink was the one that you liked. Okay, so that's my first piece of criticism for this. My second piece of criticism is I think if you're going for girly K, right? I think there are ways to make this pink shirt look more pink. You know, I think there are ways to make these colors look more cute. So here is what I am going to do. You want to go for more of like a cartoony girly pop style, right? So instead of having black line art, I would highly suggest using a dark brown for your line art instead. And like even just looking at the sketch like that, that instantly makes it look more soft, right? That instantly makes it look more soft. So yeah, use a dark brown color. So this is the color that I used for the line art, and this was your original color, which was like straight black, right? Yeah, or you could use maroon. Maroon is a very nice color as well, but like to each their own, right? But yeah, this soft brown is really nice. Okay, second thing, is this the skin color that you want? Like, are you like what kind of skin color are you going for? Because I don't want to color your skin incorrectly. You found black easier to use, so you've never used other colors for line art. It's always good to experiment. Because what color your skin is will highly influence how you want your clothes to be colored. So is this the shade of brown that you want? Like, is this the correct, I guess, darkness of skin? Because I don't wanna dox you. I don't wanna dox you, but you know. I guess let's go for this color. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep the skin color like this. You mean that's your skin tone? It can't be can be modified to make it fit the colors. No. We'll go with your skin tone. We'll go with your accurate skin tone. This skin tone actually goes really nicely against this brown color. Look at that! Look at that! The skin tone and the brown color fit together really well, don't they? Okay, so skin tone is going to stay consistent. So, if you look at this pink that you used... if you look at this pink that you used here, it also goes really well with the... It also goes really well with the line art, but also... I don't know, it kind of loses its softness, doesn't it? Kind of loses its softness. So, I personally think you saturate it. Oh no, not that much. I personally think you saturate it just a little bit more because you don't want it to look washed out. I guess it's also because we're against the white background right now as well. You saturate it a little bit more just to give it that sort of whatchamacallit, make it more loud, right? And also that skirt you had was black. Unfortunately, you used... So this skirt, you had it on this color before, which was a straight grey. So generally in art, you don't want to be coloring with straight greys. The base skin tone can be modified by the color intensity of the light, not really relevant here with flat colors. That's correct, that's correct. You do like dusty rose and pink. You wonder how to make the colors fit. So generally you don't want to be coloring with straight black, so I'm going to tint this skirt a little bit blue. Yeah. Or maybe purple? Nah, blue, definitely blue. I'm going to tint the skirt a little bit blue. And you can see the brown line art here is kind of conflicting with that, so this brown line art I actually think can go back to black. And like that. I think if you like the dusty rose, we can make this more dusty rose again. If that's the color that you wanted it to be. But yeah, I kind of just sort of wanted to like bring a little bit more life to it. We can go for a more saturated pink and just turn the opacity down to achieve that dusty rose color. Yeah, not all line art is the same color. Yeah, this is a nice color. Okay, so now I'm going to color the stockings the same way that you did the stockings up here, because I think the way you did the stockings were really nice. So stockings are blue, like the skirt. And then line up black again. Or what you could do actually is you can make the stockings straight up black as well. Like there's absolutely no reason for you to not make these stockings black. Just straight up black. Because I think it's a lot more harsh, right? And I think the harshness actually brings out the cuteness of the character a lot. Alright, next thing is the shoes. Oh, actually your shoes are darker than the stockings. Okay, actually scrap that. Okay, I'm gonna make the stockings a really, really dark shade of brown because you can kind of see the legs peeping through, right? Because it's sheer fabric. It's hosiery. Okay, now the shoes. Once again, go back to the line art layer and make this line art black. Make the line art black and use black to color in the shoes. Like that. And now you can see that the shoes are like a really, really nice shiny shade of black. Maybe I'll make this a bit bigger. Yeah, kind of some of the white kind of got lost. Yeah, that's nice. Alright, now onto the hair. I think the color that you had for the hair before was nice. So we're just gonna keep that because we don't want to make your hair blue. I think for clothing, it's nice to make them a little bit more vibrant and blue. So for the hair, I'm not going to use straight grey again. I'm going to use a very, very slightly blue tinted grey. Very slightly blue tinted grey. And of course, once again, I'm going to change the color of the line art to black. Well, actually, this is blue. Actually, the color I'm changing it to is blue. And then we can use the same dusty pink color on your bow here. Oop, unlock that one. Put the dusty rose in the bow. And so that is my suggestion for how you can make your colors just a little bit more vibrant looking. And if we try the Dusty Rose background that I did up there, down here, oop, you can see that the character doesn't really fit this background anymore. Because obviously the background color has to sort of like conform, right? So now you can use this really bright pink. Now you can use a brighter pink, and the character will still pop. Or an even nastier pink, like this. Yeah! Anyway, there you go. What I did was I made the character darker than the background. I mean, that's what we did before. I don't know. It's like very very subtle changes. Like it doesn't change too much, but it's just, you know, color choices, right? Color choices. Okay, so unfortunately, it is 1 a.m. Unfortunately, we are hitting 1 a.m., which means that I probably should go to sleep soon. Both look nice in their own ways. I agree with that one. I probably should go to sleep soon. Do I have time to do one more correction? Wait, I still have 8 minutes for another one. I do have 8 minutes for another one, but I'm so tired, bros. I'm slowly losing my consciousness, but hopefully we learned a bunch of stuff today. Hopefully there was a bunch of stuff today that you can take away from this stream and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I like that, right? They have not been taking 8 minutes each. No, they have not. Very educational stream. I will continue this series next week as well, because I'm pretty excited to get through to everyone. And if you are new to Neg Nass, as in like you haven't gotten your chance to send in your own submissions, please feel free to send in submissions here. Yeah, I'm speaking slowly now as well. Tancho! No, I wanted to raid you! Tancho, I wanted to raid you! No! I was so close. I was so close to being able to raid Dansil. She was playing Final Fantasy 12. I hope you had a good time with that game, bro. You got work, need to sleep. I need to sleep too. I need to sleep too. Oh man, everybody please go follow Asta Solar. She is one of my best friends in the whole wide world. I love her so much. How many subs do we have now? Subs? I don't know actually. I'm not counting. Oh, you were like, it's nearly 1 a.m. Neg's gonna finish soon. You need to stop. Like, God damn it! You were calculating. You're calculating the time that I was gonna finish. Oh, submissions. How many submissions? We have 24, and starting from next time, I'm gonna start from number 14. Because the next submission, I'm looking at the next submission, and the next submission is a pretty beefy one. The next one is a pretty beefy one, and I don't have the brain power to do the next one, because the next one asks how to color a picture, right? And so we just went through like a flat coloring process for this. Who's the next one? It's Snowy. The next one is Snowy. You can't wait to see your submission because it will be 3 weeks later. Okay, next time we do one of these streams, I'm gonna schedule the stream for an earlier start so we can get through more submissions sooner. Sounds like I could sustain this series for as many streams as I want. I think that would be nice. I genuinely think that would be nice because, like, even though I am a little bit mean sometimes, I really do hope that I've been giving you guys encouragement, you know? Because, once again, I do think that every single picture that I've seen tonight were all wonderful in their own ways. It's just that, you know, there's little things that I think could bring out more of the feeling that you might want to be going for in the picture, which is why, like, it's really important. I guess, like, it's kind of important that the person who submitted the picture is in chat at the same time as I'm working on the picture, so I can ask them, hey, what kind of vibe were you going for with this? Hey, do you have a favorite flower? Hey, do you like this color? Is this the accurate color? So then we can sort of, like, you know, together we can like workshop everything together to bring out the vibe that you originally wanted in this picture. Critique does hurt. Pain is good in this case. I guess so. I just want to be very, very careful, okay? Because growing up, you know, being the sister of my sister, she has very, very high standards, right? Because she is a professional animator, and she's never been good at giving criticism. And so a lot of the time, you know, I tend to hide my art from her, even though I knew that she could give advice that would genuinely improve my art. But it's just sometimes when you hear like genuinely good advice, but it's not given to you in the right way, it can kind of destroy you. It can kind of make you like spiral, and it can make you think, oh man, I didn't even get this little thing right. Oh, I'm such a failure. So like, especially for stuff like creative stuff, you really need to be very careful with how you talk to people. Like, I know we're all adults, okay? I don't want to treat you guys like children, but you know, sometimes when it really does come down to our ego, right? And I don't mean ego as in like, oh, you're egotistical. Ego, I mean like, you know, your pride, your confidence, and who you are on the inside. Like, I think that is also part of your inner child, and it can hurt, right? Even if logically you're like, oh yeah, this is true. Oh yeah, I need to work on this. Like, something that hurts will still hurt, right? Something that hurts will still hurt. And like, you have to be 1000% secure in yourself to be able to not let that hurt get to you. And I'm gonna be honest, it's very rare to come across someone who is like 1000% secure in themselves. Because I really don't want to give bad advice. And during this entire stream, right, you could have said to me, like anyone that I was giving advice to could have said to me, oh yeah, well I just like it that way. Who made you the authority? You know? Oh, who died and made you the boss of art, right? Like, and it's true. I do kind of suck at art still. I mean, like, okay, that's being a bit mean. But like, there's still a lot of things that I need to work on, and not a lot of my opinions are correct, right? There's no such thing as a correct opinion, but it's sort of just, you know, my thoughts. And if I did say something in a way that made it seem like, oh yeah, this is the correct way, then I sincerely apologize. And I didn't mean it that way, because once again, if art not bring you joy, then stop drawing. Right? If what I say not bring you joy, then do not draw like that, you know? You can know something is wrong even if you can't do better yourself. Taking in criticism is part of I guess so. But also, like, knowing how to give good criticism is also part of growth. And is also part of like being a person, because true criticism is not necessarily good criticism. Yeah, if art's suffering, simply do not art. If you suck at art, just stop drawing. Okay, I said that to be facetious, okay? You know I was being facetious when I said that. I was being facetious, okay? I mean, like, if you feel like you suck at art and you genuinely feel pain and drawing gives you hives, to quote my sister, you should stop drawing. Stop drawing until you stop getting hives. Cause like, it's like a muscle, right? If you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and it's giving you pain, like, your brain is a muscle. You gotta give it time to rest. You have to give it time to heal. Take a break, take some time to heal, and then come back. And you know what muscle does, right? Like, it strengthens over time the more you use it. And like, you know, cognitive strength when it comes to drawing, that is also a muscle. is a muscle. So please don't be too hard on yourself. You do need to take that break. Remember, the only person you should compare yourself to is you 6 months ago. And even then, that's probably not too accurate either. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. You should be comparing yourself 6 months ago, yes. But like, a lot of like very, very drastic and obvious improvement doesn't actually start showing up. Like, you can't actually identify all of those really obvious points of improvement, like maybe until like a year later. Cause like, to the outside, people will look at it and say like, oh yeah, you've improved at this and this and this. But because you're the one that drew it, you're not gonna be able to see that. You love this one story about critique where this one student was a big fan of using materials like glitter and feathers. Oh, I know this story! Using glitter and feathers and big colors, and the teacher hated that style. Instead of telling the student to change their style during critique, he said, listen, you know, this is not my style. I don't like this, but you had the guts to use it. Now, I dislike this piece. I want you to make me hate it. And isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I love that. I love that. So if 1 year in you don't improve, you should quit. Got it? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Drawing should bring you joy, okay? It should bring you joy. Unless it's your job, then like rip, I guess. If drawing is your career, I can't help you. I guess then perish. But if drawing is your hobby, then like you should enjoy it, you know? You're not sure you get the point of that story? Okay, so to explain to you the point of that story is the student was drawing in the teacher's most disliked style, right? Like the teacher hates the style. But the thing is, the teacher doesn't want to discourage the student, right? And so the teacher is kind of like, right now I dislike this because I don't like the style, right? I know where this piece is going. Now, I want you to go ham on it, you know? I only dislike it right now. I want you to make me hate it. I want you to go so hard into this style because, you know, I want you to execute so well on this that I go from mild dislike to absolute hate, right? More feeling, more intensity. You're writing a tabletop RPG and it took you 6 updates before you realized you forgot to add a whole passage because you knew it in your head and you didn't realize it was missing. Personal critique is always flawed. Oh, bro, that is so true. That is so true. As someone with ADHD, and is like neurodivergent in ways that I have yet to get diagnosed, as someone who has ADHD, when I write things, I constantly miss words. I miss words. Like in my brain, I'll be like, oh yeah, I definitely wrote that word down. Like when I'm typing or when I'm writing things down on paper mostly, I will forget words. And I just don't proofread it. Wasn't I going to bed? I was going to bed, but I was giving like the stream a disclaimer, you know. I was giving everyone a disclaimer of like, I'm sorry if I was too mean, Wall. Silly question, you want to see how I pronounce these 2 years? 1999, 1T, well, fuck. $19.99, 1T1. God damn it. You know what that's called? That's called being primed. There's a psychological effect called being primed. Wait. I got one for you. Say the word... Okay. Say the word fork, okay? Say the word fork 10 times. Fork. And then say the word... spork. Spork. What do you drink your soup with? Ha! Idiot! I drink my soup with a fork! You're not gonna get me with that!
Actually, you drink your soup with a spoon.
This one was like a classic one that like kids at school would get me with. You know, you're not sure most people would say 1T1 when being primed like that. They say 11. 11. You drink your soup with your mouth. Oh, sorry, can't relate. I've got a spoon that transfers directly to my gullet. You remember like maybe grade 2 or grade 3, you tried something different in art. The teacher told you off for wasting pencil. It was making a splotch of color, then scraping the outline in the splotch. What we would now know as negative space. That teacher was probably not an art teacher, cause that is genius. That is genius. I love that. A portal spoon, a sportle. Silk 10 times, milk 10 times, silk. Milk. What do cows drink? You're not gonna get me with that. Cows drink milk.
Actually, cows drink water.
No, don't drink your soup with a straw. I feel like the like hot soup is gonna melt some of the microplastics into the straw. Into your soup. Anyway, it is time o'clock. It is 1 a.m. And I am gonna go the fuck to sleep. Next stream is not tomorrow. Next stream is on Saturday. And I will be doing a handcam creative stream. Wait, no, I'll be playing Unreal Life on Saturday. Or maybe not, I don't know, I might change my schedule. Anyway, next stream is on Saturday. Same place, same time. Nasu. I am gonna go the heck to sleep because I desperately need a day to sleep in. I desperately need to sleep in one of these days. Alright, let's take a look at who we can raid into today. Let's raid Joru. I drew a picture of Joru today. You guys wanna see it? I drew a picture of Joru today. So I'm gonna raid Joru. I also drew a picture of Asta today. I mean, I haven't finished the picture yet, but it's a work in progress. 11 raid, you know, 1T1T1. 1T1T1 raid. Wait, Joru ended? Joru just ended? Oh my god. Outrated again. Everyone's ending stream right now. Asta's surprise is ruined. No, I'm just excited. I'm excited to finish this picture. Can you suggest? Go for it. And of course, there's like a Shinuki picture here as well. But I'll finish this some other day. This one's like way more sketchy than the other ones. Black Eye Toast. All right, what is Black Eye Toast doing today? Let's take a look at him. Oh, cute! Wait. She's drawing Gegege no Kitaro. Oh, cute! Cute. I have not thought about that show in a long time. Yeah, let's go raid her. Black Eye Toast. She's a PNG tuber. Oh, I love her soft line art style. Yes. Okay, 1T1 raid. Let's go! Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today for my art my art critique stream, my art advice stream. I'm gonna go to sleep, and in 2 days' time, well, on Saturday. So today was Thursday. Tomorrow no stream. Day after tomorrow stream. Good night, bros. I will see you. Thank you for the art tips. And also, if you want to read the Andrew Loomis book, it's in the Discord. Andrew Loomis, he's the GOAT, okay? He is the GOAT of face shapes and everything. So please join the Discord. And if you scroll up a little bit in general chat, you should be able to see the Andrew Loomis book. And he has pictures that teach you how to draw hands as well. Okay, good night. Nighty night.